Chapter 2760. The whole place fell into a dead silence. Jianchen had displayed his invincible power and defeated the 7-8 killing formations formed by dozens of Divine King's men of sacrifice. Not only did he intimidate dozens of geniuses from various top forces, but the rest of the Divine King's men of sacrifice, who were ready to attack Jianchen, were also intimidated by Jianchen's strength. Suddenly, the remaining hundreds of Divine King's men of sacrifice, who were ready to attack, hesitated. They looked at Jianchen with deep fear and dread. Although they were men of sacrifice, it didn't mean that they didn't have fear and other emotions. They were no different from ordinary people except that they only had a lifespan of 100 years. "You bunch of idiots, what are you still standing around for? Everyone attack together and kill him. Kill him for me. This young master wants him to die without a complete corpse. Tear him into 1,000 pieces for me." Chu Jia crawled up with difficulty under a large tree several hundred meters away. His face was ferocious as he pointed at the Chu family's death warriors and shouted with all his might. "Men of the Tsangqiong family, listen up. Attack together and tear Yang Yutian into pieces." Kong Feiying also roared. "What a disgrace! What a disgrace! Yang Yutian, how dare you treat me like this? Men of sacrifice of the Gong family, listen up. Kill Yang Yutian." Gong Rui's voice was also hoarse. He was bristling with anger. "Yang Yutian, no one can save you today. If the Tianhe family wants to save you, then I, Zhao Wenbin, will destroy them first. It's always us bullying others. Who dares to bully us? A mere rogue cultivator dares to be so arrogant. Yang Yutian, I, Zhouji, will never let you go today. From now on, the Jade sect, the Zhao family, the Gong family, the Tsangqiong family, and the Chu family will form an alliance. Whoever dares to stop us from killing Yang Yutian will be the enemy of the 5 families." The geniuses of the 5 clans were seething with anger. Their murderous intent soared to the skies as they glared at Jianchen viciously. It was as if they could not wait to cut Jianchen into pieces. How could these 5 prodigies, who had grown up in peak clans, endure such humiliation in front of so many people? If Jin Hong had been the one to humiliate them, they would have felt a little better because Jin Hong's strength and background far surpassed theirs. He was not someone they could afford to offend. However, Jianchen was a mere rogue cultivator, so the situation was completely different. This was because these prodigies looked down on independent cultivators from the bottom of their hearts. Even independent cultivators with some strength were worthless in their eyes. With their identity and status, they only needed to say a single word to get primordial realm experts to take action and crush independent cultivators to death easily. "I've already shown mercy. If you continue to be stubborn, don't blame me for killing you." Jianchen's eyes turned cold. With a wave of his hand, a sword appeared in his hand. It shone with sharp light. The sword was a supreme quality saint artifact. He had specially prepared it for his trip to the world of the fallen beast. "Look, Yang Yutian has already taken out a saint artifact. After fighting for so long, Yang Yutian has never used a saint artifact. He has always fought barehanded. Originally, I thought he didn't have a saint artifact that suited him, but I never thought he would be hiding it the entire time, only taking it out now. That sword has probably reached the peak of supreme quality saint artifacts. It's only second to god artifacts, or it can be called a half-god artifact. He's actually hiding a supreme quality saint artifact that's on par with half-god artifacts. When he fought earlier, Yang Yutian actually didn't use his full strength. Isn't this Yang Yutian a little too powerful? I really don't know how an independent cultivator like him can grow to such a shocking level, even surpassing us prodigies from peak clans." The expressions of the several dozen spectating prodigies all changed. Many of them stared at Jianchen's sword, and the fear in their eyes became even heavier. Qianqian was stunned. She was unable to return to her senses even after quite some time. Jianchen had destroyed several dozen Divine King's formations with a single strike. The mental impact was just too great. This was because even she did not possess the ability to do something like that. The strength that Jianchen had displayed at this moment had completely surpassed hers. Everyone, go! Send a group of people to hold off Yang Yutian. The rest of you, form a formation and kill him. On the other side, the 5 prodigies all gave out orders. They were extremely determined to kill Jianchen, and they did not take Jianchen's threat seriously at all. This time, all the Divine King's Deathsworn that belonged to the 5 organizations moved out. There were no longer several dozen of them like before, but several thousand of them. The several thousand Divine King's Deathsworn suppressed the fear and apprehension they felt for Jianchen and immediately split into 2 groups. One group was prepared to directly engage Jianchen in a direct confrontation and hold off Jianchen, while the other group began to form a formation in the rear. Every single formation was formed by several hundred Divine Kings. Its power had completely surpassed the limits of the godhood realm. Everyone, stop. This matter ends here. Kill anyone who dares to interfere. At this moment, a bellow rang out. The voice was like thunder, deafening quite a few people. The ground trembled slightly, and it was also like the roar of a primordial wolf. It possessed a soul-shaking power, causing the souls of the several thousand Divine Kings Deathsworn to sway violently. Their minds actually blanked out for a moment. Jin Hong stepped out of the crowd. He did not give off a shocking presence. He was just as low-key and ordinary as before. He slowly walked out like a mortal, pressing towards the several thousand Divine Kings Deathsworn. Even though he did not give off any pressure, his appearance made the several thousand Divine Kings Deathsworn feel like they were facing a towering mountain. All of them could not help but slowly back away. The faces of Chu Jie, Zhao Wenbin, Kong Feiying, Gong Rui and Zhou Ji, who had been humiliated by Jianchen, all became ugly when they saw Jin Hong step forward. Resentment filled their hearts, causing their faces to become rather twisted. Young Master Jin Hong, are you trying to interfere with the matters of our 5 clans? Our 5 clans have already declared before that anyone who tries to save Yang Yutian will become our enemy, Zhou Ji said with a sunken face. Jin Hong remained calm. This is Two-World Mountain, not the outside world. It's fine if it's just small squabbles, but if there's a large-scale conflict, I have to stop it. Otherwise, if it causes too much of a ruckus and draws out a large number of life-devouring beasts, the consequences will be unthinkable. Don't bring harm to all of us because of the personal grievances of your 5 clans. Jin Hong remained upright and plain-spoken. He spoke with the bigger picture in mind, not siding with anyone. As for becoming enemies with your 5 clans? Jin Hong's gaze slowly swept across Zhou Ji, Chu Jie and the rest. His ordinary gaze gradually turned cold and indifferent. You do not represent the families behind you. What right do the 5 of you have to become my Jin Hong's enemy? Jin Hong, you. Chu Jie and the others were exasperated. They stared at Jin Hong furiously, but they had nothing to say. Enough. All of you, disperse and settle down. Once we're out of Two-World Mountain, I won't interfere with your personal grievances, but in Two-World Mountain, you have to consider the bigger picture. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless, Jin Hong said with an unquestionable tone, directly dispersing the Divine King's Deathsworn. In the end, the storm ended with Jin Hong's appearance. In this team, Jin Hong clearly had a pivotal position, and no one could surpass him. Not many people dared to challenge Jin Hong in front of him. Chapter 2761. Although he was doubtful, Jin Hong did not show it at all. He remained like nothing was wrong, only caring about the hidden dangers of the mist that Jianchen had raised. However, what Jin Hong did not know was that when his bloodline became restless, the droplet of essence blood hidden in Jianchen's body actually warmed up at the same time. The essence blood trembled slightly, sending strands of warmth into Jianchen's heart. The droplet of essence blood has actually stirred once again. This is the second time. Through the essence blood, I can actually vaguely sense the power of Jin Hong's bloodline. It looks like Jin Hong's ability to stand out from all the prodigies of the Wolf clan and obtain the recognition of the Skywolf's legacy was not a coincidence. Instead, it was because a sliver of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline flowed through his body. It's just that the power of the bloodline has become extremely thin, Jianchen thought. Not only could he sense Jin Hong's bloodline through the power of the ancient Skywolf's bloodline, but he could also sense the restlessness of Jin Hong's bloodline. This allowed him to understand that the Grand Exalt's essence blood that originated from the ancient Skywolf had attracted Jin Hong's attention. However, Jianchen also acted like nothing was wrong. He acted like he did not sense anything and answered Jin Hong indifferently, "I can only sense a tiny bit of the strangeness of the mist with my extraordinary senses. I don't know anything more specific." "Yang Yutian, it's not that we don't trust you, but you need to understand that this isn't the saint's world. We can't absorb the energy of the world to replenish ourselves in the world of the fallen beast. All the energy we consume needs to be replenished through divine crystals. Right now we're in the Two-World Mountain, and we'll be fighting the life-devouring beasts at any time. The consumption of energy is extremely great, so all of us need to control every bit of energy we use. If we use energy to protect ourselves based on your uncertain instincts, it'll be quite a burden on us and slow down our journey," the prodigy of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect said. He spoke to Jianchen like an equal. Clearly, none of the prodigies dared to underestimate Jianchen after the battle earlier. He had won everyone's respect. "Young Master Jin Hong, may I ask if you've discovered anything?" He Qianqian asked Jin Hong. Jin Hong remained silent. He looked away from Jianchen and stared at the gray mist that blotted out the sky. After quite a while, he said slowly, "I haven't discovered any obvious abnormalities. It's just that I've always felt uneasy. I don't know if this uneasiness comes from the life-devouring beasts or something else, but just in case, I suggest we use energy to protect ourselves and keep the mist away." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin Hong set an example. Immediately, a powerful energy filled the air, forming a powerful shield to protect the inside. With Jin Hong leading the way, the several dozen other prodigies all gritted their teeth and did the same. They began to use energy to protect themselves. Even the Divine King's warriors of death under them were no exception. In the end, almost two-thirds of the prodigies used energy to create a barrier, but there were still a few people who refused to believe it. They were unwilling to waste energy for no good reason. "God damn it, we'll have to hold divine crystals at all times now. We'll have to replenish every bit of energy we consume. It won't be as easy as before anymore," someone grumbled inside. "Yang Yutian, I hope the mist really is as strange as you say it is. If I find out that you're toying with us, I won't be able to do anything to you in the world of the fallen beast, but I'll definitely make you suffer once we return to the saint's world. There are still a few people who haven't used energy to protect themselves. That's fine too. I'll let them see if there's anything strange about the mist here." Everyone continued on their way. Jianchen also put on an act of casting down a thin layer of protective light as he followed beside He Qianqian. "The fierce battle before consumed a lot of your energy. This is a pill that can help you recover your source energy. Take it quickly. In the Two-World Mountain, we have to be at our peak at all times." He Qianqian passed a pill to Jianchen. Her voice was no longer as cold as before. Clearly, her attitude towards Jianchen had changed drastically. "It's fine. The battle before didn't exhaust me too much. I'll be able to recover to my peak condition very quickly by absorbing the energy from the divine crystals." Jianchen declined He Qianqian's pill. With a flip of his hand, several supreme-grade divine crystals appeared. He held a few supreme-grade divine crystals in each hand as he acted like he was working hard to recover. At the back of the group, Chu Jie, Gong Ruiz, Kong Feiying, Zhou Ji, and Zhao Wenbin all stared at Jianchen with resentment. They swore viciously inside, "Yang Yutian, once we leave the world of the fallen beast, I'll definitely make you die without a proper burial ground. If we want to kill Yang Yutian, there's no need to wait until we leave the world of the fallen beast. As long as we leave the Two-World Mountain and arrive in the 100 Holy City, we'll have plenty of ways to deal with him, said Chujia. That's right. With our identities, how difficult is it for us to kill Yang Yutian? If it weren't for Jin Hong, Yang Yutian would have died to the killing formation created by the several hundred divine kings of our Chu family already. He can fend off the 8 slaughter formations created by 8 divine kings, but can he fend off the 100 tribulations formation created by several hundred divine kings? Said Zhouji. The 100 tribulations formation created by several hundred divine kings, sacrificial warriors, is specially prepared for primordial realm experts. No matter how powerful this Yang Yutian is, can he be more powerful than primordial realm experts? Once the 100 tribulations formation is complete, he's dead for sure. Once we leave the Two-World Mountain, we'll find an opportunity to kill him. Chu Jie's eyes were filled with resentment. He would never be able to wash away the humiliation he had suffered today. He hated Jianchen to the bone. This originally had nothing to do with me. Zhouji, you just had to stand out and play the good guy. Look at you now. Not only have you gotten yourself involved, but we've all been humiliated as well, Gong Rui said resentfully. He wanted to kill Jianchen, but at the same time, he hated Zhouji for standing up for Chu Jie. Zhouji, you've screwed me over this time. Zhao Wenbin and Kong Feiying communicated with each other with sunken faces. Zhouji's face was filled with bitterness. He was actually speechless. At that moment, he felt some regret. If he had known earlier that Jianchen was so powerful, he would never have stood up for him. Everyone advanced cautiously through the Two-World Mountain. They advanced at a speed that was extremely slow for the Divine King. They did not advance in a straight line. Instead, they would change directions from time to time. This was because the ground of the Two-World Mountain was not completely still. Occasionally, there would be some shaking that was similar to an earthquake, causing slight changes in the terrain and direction. They were completely relying on a secret method to sense the direction of the 100 Saints' city from a long distance away, so that they would not get lost here and would always maintain a straight line. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since the battle between Jianchen and Chu Jie. During these 3 days, they had been attacked by many life-sucking beasts. Some were weak, while others were strong. The strongest life-sucking beast had already reached the mid-divine king realm. That battle was the most intense one they had encountered since entering the world of the fallen beast. Even Jin Hong, who was said to be the strongest in the group, personally took action. Even so, they suffered quite a lot of losses. Several dozen divine king realm Deathworn had died. Chapter 2762. As a matter of fact, without any exaggeration, the life-devouring beast was invincible among the same level of cultivation in the Two-World Mountain. Every single one of them was equivalent to a supreme prodigy of the Saints' world. Although they were not as powerful as the legendary Heavens Chosen, they were more difficult to kill than the legendary Heavens Chosen. This was because their vitality was just too great. Their recovery rate was terrifying as well. If a cultivator on the same level as the life-devouring beast fought against them, it would be impossible for them to kill the life-devouring beast at all. The cultivator would only die from exhaustion in the end. Jianchen believed that if he came across life-devouring beasts that had reached the peak of the Divine King realm, he would probably need the supreme prodigies on the Divine King's throne to deal with them. This was because even Jin Hong, who had obtained the Grand Exalt's legacy, would not necessarily be able to deal with life-devouring beasts on such a level. Jin Hong was at mid-Divine King realm. His battle prowess was enough to kill some late Divine Kings easily. Even peak Divine Kings were not his opponent. However, these Divine Kings only referred to regular Divine Kings. The difference between the supreme prodigies on the Divine King's throne and regular Divine Kings was like the difference between heaven and earth. They were not on the same level at all. Yang Yutian, you keep saying that there's something wrong with the mist. It's already been 3 days, so why are we still standing here perfectly fine? Chu Jie's voice suddenly rang out. He clearly resented the humiliation he had suffered 3 days ago, so he constantly targeted Jianchen. In the past 3 days, not only did we have to fight the life-sucking beasts and expend a large amount of origin energy, we also had to protect ourselves with energy at all times. This kind of consumption has far exceeded the rate at which we can recover by absorbing divine crystals. In my opinion, if this continues, I'm afraid we'll die of exhaustion before we even make it out of Two-World Mountain, Zhouji said in a strange tone. Yang Yutian, what are you planning? Speak, do you have some ulterior motive? Those geniuses who had no enmity with Jianchen would naturally not provoke such a powerful enemy like Jianchen for no reason. However, the 5 geniuses who had been humiliated earlier did not have such concerns. As long as they had the chance, they would not let Jianchen go. I'll let you scream, because after a while, you won't be able to scream even if you want to, Jianchen said coldly. He casually glanced at the other prodigies who did not use energy to protect themselves. He could sense that the gray fog gathering in their bodies had almost reached a critical point. It would probably take less than 2 days for a shocking change to occur. However, Jianchen did not point it out. In any case, he had already reminded them. He could not interfere with how others chose, nor was he willing to interfere. Moreover, he could use these people to test what kind of harm the thick fog would pose to cultivators. Yang Yutian, what do you mean by that? The faces of Chu Jie and the other 4 all changed. They seemed to have reached the end of their patience. Yang Yutian, just bear with it. Don't lower yourself to their level. Once we leave Two-World Mountain, I'll definitely stand up for you. Qianqian was afraid that Jianchen would clash with the 5 of them again, so she hurriedly comforted him. Don't provoke us for no reason, or you'll be breaking our unity. I won't allow anything that breaks our unity in Two-World Mountain. If anyone dares to break our unity, please leave our group and leave Two-World Mountain on your own, Jin Hong also spoke up. However, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that even though Jin Hong spoke in an upright and impartial manner, he was still leaning towards Jianchen's side. This was because Chu Jie and the other 4 all came from the top forces of the Holy World. Their strength was extraordinary. On the other hand, Jianchen was just a wandering cultivator. Although his battle prowess was extraordinary, if it was a different place and environment, these heavens' prides would not take him seriously. Jin Hong took the risk of offending the 5 great forces to suppress Chu Jie, Zhou Ji, Gong Rui's, Zhao Wenbin and Kong Feiying. This was equivalent to protecting Jianchen. Hearing Jin Hong's words, Chu Jie and the other 4's faces changed. They knew how dangerous Two-World Mountain was. If they really left the group, none of them had the confidence to leave Two-World Mountain successfully. Right at this moment, the sound of flapping wings suddenly rang out. A violent gale suddenly appeared between heaven and earth. Waves of powerful energy formed a hurricane that wreaked havoc between heaven and earth. The sudden change caused Jin Hong's expression to change. At this moment, he could no longer maintain his composure. He shouted, "Not good, this is a group of life-sucking beasts. A large group of life-sucking beasts is attacking us. Everyone, prepare for battle." What? A group of life-sucking beasts? Oh no, this is troublesome. In Two-World Mountain, encountering a group of life-sucking beasts is the most feared. According to the records, every group of life-sucking beasts has a beast king. The more life-sucking beasts there are, the stronger the beast king is. A group of life-sucking beasts. We finally encountered one. Sigh, hearing the mention of a group of life-sucking beasts, everyone's expression changed. Many people's faces turned pale. Chu Jie's legs could not help but tremble. At the same time, the silhouettes of huge beasts appeared in everyone's divine sense. These were 3 to 4 meters long, huge green wolves with a pair of wings on their back. There were many of them. Just the number of huge wolves that appeared in everyone's divine sense amounted to more than 10. Moreover, this was not all of them. No one knew how many were hidden outside the range of their divine sense. There are more than 1,000 life-sucking beasts, but fortunately, most of them are below the Divine King realm. There are more than 50 life-sucking beasts at the early stage of the Divine King realm, and 3 at the mid-stage of the Divine King realm. Jianshan thought in his heart. He swept his gaze across the several tens of thousands of Divine King realm cultivators on his side and knew that they would have to pay a heavy price this time. However, there is still one life-sucking beast 200 li away that has yet to be mobilized. That life-sucking beast's strength has already reached the late stage of the Divine King realm. It should be the beast king of this group of life-sucking beasts. Jianshan's eyes flashed. He knew that they had intruded into the territory of this group of life-sucking beasts. Once the late-stage Divine King realm beast king was alerted, the consequences would be dire. He clearly saw the beast king's strength. As the beast king of this group of life-sucking beasts, its strength was stronger than most of the late-stage Divine King realm life-sucking beasts. Even Jin Hong would have no choice but to run for his life if he encountered it. At this moment, the large group had already become embroiled in an intense battle with the life-sucking beasts. As soon as a few deities and gods appeared, they were slaughtered by the Divine King realm Deathsworn. In just a single clash, several dozen deities and gods were reduced to pieces. Their corpses were completely obliterated. Only the overgod realm life-sucking beasts were able to last for a while before the Divine King realm Deathsworn. However, it was only for a while. The difference in strength and numbers made it so that the overgod realm life-sucking beasts were unable to escape death in the end. The battle below the Divine King realm was completely one-sided. The life-sucking beasts suffered heavy casualties. However, the battle between Divine King realm Deathworn was extraordinarily intense. Over 50 early Divine King realm life-sucking beasts rampaged through the group of Deathworn nurtured by the 100 Calamity Divine King Pill. The wings on their backs constantly flapped, and they moved extremely quickly. As they moved through the crowd, they would open their mouths and bite the Deathsworn warriors from time to time. Afterwards, they would hold the Deathworn warriors in their mouths, rapidly absorbing their vitality as they dodged the attacks of everyone with great agility. As a result, it was very difficult for the Deathworn warriors to attack them. As they absorbed their vitality, the life-sucking beast's strength gradually increased. Chapter 2763. Jin Hong's expression turned grave. There are more than 50 Divine King realm life-sucking beasts. This is the most serious crisis we've faced since we entered the Two-World Mountain. Yang Yutian, let's quickly kill these life-sucking beasts and reduce our casualties as much as possible. Over 50 early God King life-devouring beasts were obviously not enough to wipe out Jin Hong's group. However, it was enough to weaken the group by 20 or 30%. It was a great blow to their vitality. However, all the prodigies here did not enter the realm of the fallen beast to fight with the life-sucking beasts. Instead, they went to the 100 Saints city to suppress the changes in the city. If they lost too much of their strength here, they would not have enough strength to deal with the changes in the city, even if they managed to walk out of the Two-World Mountain. By then, their efforts to enter the realm of the fallen beast would be meaningless. Jin Hong understood this very well. That was why he immediately notified Jianshan to act. In this team, only he and Jianshan could kill the life-sucking beasts quickly. For every life-sucking beast that died, a few more Divine King realm men of sacrifice would survive. Before Jin Hong could make a move, 3 auras that were much more powerful than the early-stage Divine King realm life-sucking beasts suddenly appeared. They covered the entire battlefield like towering mountains. Jin Hong's divine sense, which could only extend to a range of 20 or so li, immediately discovered 3 winged green wolves that were 10 meters long emerging from the dense fog. Their turbid eyes, which did not have the slightest trace of light, flickered with a scarlet light as they unhurriedly approached the battlefield. Oh no, mid-stage divine king realm life-sucking beasts. Jin Hong's expression changed as he immediately transmitted a message to all the prodigies here. What? Another mid-stage divine king realm life-sucking beast? And there are 3 of them this time. A few days ago we encountered a mid-stage divine king realm life-sucking beast. That was already a huge loss for us. It took us a lot of effort to kill it. Now there are 3 of them. How are we supposed to survive? Apart from Jianshan, the expressions of all the heavens' prides changed. Even He Qianqian's heart became heavy. A few days ago they had encountered the divine king life-sucking beast. Its strength had already left an indelible shadow in their hearts. Just one of them was already so difficult to kill. Now that there were 3 of them, the hearts of many of the geniuses sank. A mid-stage divine king life-sucking beast. Its overall strength is no weaker than a late-stage divine king. If I do my best, I should be able to kill one, Jin Hong said in a low voice. Then, he looked at Jianshan. I think I should be able to hold off one, Jianshan said in an uncertain tone, as if he was not very confident. All right then. Of the 3 life-sucking beasts, I will deal with one, Yang Yutian will deal with one, and the remaining one will be fine if all of you work together. Yang Yutian, no matter what method you use, you must hold off the life-sucking beast for an hour. I will kill one within an hour, and then immediately come to help you, Jin Hong said in a low voice. Brother Yang Yutian, as long as you can hold them off for an hour, you will be the hero of our group. All of us will owe you a favor. In the future, when we leave Two Worlds Mountain, if Chu Jie and the others still make things difficult for you, then I will definitely stand by your side, a Heaven's Pride said. His name was Ping Yixing, and he was the leader of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect. Count me in. Our Sun family is not afraid of the Chu family, the Gong family, the Zhao family, the Tsang family, and the Jade sect. The leader of the Sun family also stood up. And our Man family. At this moment, more than a dozen people from the great families spoke out in support of Jianshan. These people's attitudes made Chu Jie, Kong Feiying, Zhou Ji, Zhao Wenbin, and Gong Rui's faces become extremely ugly, as if their parents had just died. At this moment, Jin Hong had already flown out and engaged in a fierce battle with one of the divine king realm mid-stage life-sucking beasts. The sound of energy colliding rang out incessantly, and it was extremely intense. Jianshan did not exchange too many pleasantries. He cupped his fists at the crowd, and then in a flash, he followed closely behind Jin Hong. Soon, he was engaged in a fierce battle with the second life-sucking beast. As for the third divine king realm mid-stage life-sucking beast, the remaining heavens' prides each led a few divine king realm death warriors, and gathered the strength of hundreds of people to surround and attack it. Everyone, use all your strength to seal your life force. Don't let our life force become the energy to increase the life-sucking beast's strength. Jianshan and Jin Hong were still fine. If the life-sucking beast did not hit them, it would not be able to absorb their life force. However, the group of heaven's prides who were facing the third life-sucking beast was unlucky. Almost all of them were in the early divine king realm. Facing a mid-stage divine king realm life-sucking beast, there was no need for the life-sucking beast to hit them. When they got close enough, the life force in their body would automatically be absorbed. Even if they did their best to seal their life force, it would still slowly drain away. All of the life force that was drained away had entered the life-sucking beast's body, causing its strength to continuously increase. In the face of such a situation, there was nothing they could do. They could only grit their teeth and endure, even if they had to reduce their numbers. Due to the difference in realms, the disparity in strength between them and the life-sucking beast was very large. They had to rely on their numbers to suppress the life-sucking beast. Only then would they have a higher chance of survival. Without the support of the divine king realm death warriors, the life-sucking beast's life force would be greatly reduced. However, this group of heaven's prides would also lose some of their lives. None of them were willing to be the first to die. Therefore, they would rather let the life-sucking beast slowly grow stronger than withdraw the Divine King Realm Death Warriors. In an instant, the battlefield was divided into 4 battlefields. The 3 mid-stage Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts each formed a battlefield. Each battlefield maintained a safe distance to limit the life-sucking beast's life force. The 4th battlefield was a large group of Divine King Realm Death Warriors besieging a group of mid-stage Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts. By now, the number of mid-stage Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts had been reduced from 50 to 40. Nearly 10 life-sucking beasts had been killed by the Death Warriors. However, the Divine King Realm Death Warriors had also paid a heavy price. Many of them had fallen. Wolf Sovereign Protection. Suddenly Jin Hong called out. Powerful energy surged, forming a huge wolf. The wolf was blurry, so it was impossible to make out its full appearance. However, as soon as it appeared, a supreme pressure permeated the surroundings as if it was the ruler of the world. Ancient Skywolf. Jianchen stared at the blurry wolf from afar. Even though it was so blurry that he could make out its full appearance, he could still tell that it was the sovereign of the world in the past. It was an expert who had reached the limits of Grand Prime and comprehended laws. It was an existence that was basically like the laws of the world, the ancient Skywolf. As soon as the figure of the ancient Skywolf appeared, Jin Hong's battle prowess suddenly multiplied. The life-sucking beasts all came to a halt at that moment as if the presence of the ancient Skywolf had affected them slightly. Whether it was the early Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts or the 3 mid-Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts, they all became momentarily stunned. However, it was this moment of blankness that caused them to pay an extremely heavy price. Immediately, 8 of the early Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts were reduced to pieces, while the remaining 30-odd wolves suffered injuries of varying degrees. Wolf God's Claw. Jin Hong bellowed out, and the figure of the ancient Skywolf behind him moved with him. As if Jin Hong had become the ancient Skywolf himself, he directly struck the head of the wolf with his claw. A small half of the dual-winged green wolf's head exploded, and half of its eye was shattered. Its entire body was sent flying by Jin Hong's attack. At that moment, Jin Hong seemed to be protected by the Skywolf. He was incomparably valiant. With a single movement of his body, he actually caught up to the wolf that was still flying in the air. He spread his arms wide, and a pair of powerful palms directly grabbed the wolf's wings. With a violent rip, the mid-Divine King Realm life-sucking beast's wings were forcefully torn apart by Jin Hong. Afterwards, he let out a long howl at the sky. His howl was extremely loud, like the howl of the ancient Skywolf, intimidating the heavens. All of a sudden, his head turned into a wolf's head. This was a wolf's head covered in golden fur. He was like the emperor of the wolf clan, possessing a dignified and noble air that commanded the masses. He was inviolable. At that moment, Jin Hong had shockingly transformed into a wolf's head and a human's body. He possessed the body of a human and the head of a wolf. He abruptly opened his bloody maw and bit down on the remaining half of the life-sucking beast's head with lightning speed. This action also triggered the shadow of the ancient Skywolf behind him. The shadow of the ancient Skywolf mimicked Jin Hong's action and bit down. Somehow, Jin Hong seemed to have received the blessing of the ancient Skywolf. With a crisp crack, the life-sucking beast's head was crushed by Jin Hong's bite. This time, the life-sucking beast's injuries could no longer be healed. Even if it still had a huge amount of life force stored in its body, it was useless. After Jin Hong used the Divine Wolf armor, it was as if he had received the support of the ancient Skywolf. Every move was not only powerful but also extraordinary. It seemed to contain endless mysteries that directly cut off the life-sucking beast's life force. Jin Hong had previously said that he would kill the life-sucking beast in an hour, but in less than an incense stick's worth of time, he had already achieved a complete victory. Look over there. The life-sucking beast of the Divine King Realm has actually been killed by Jin Hong. Jin Hong really is worthy of being the successor of a Grand Exalt. This is probably his true strength. He's actually so powerful. He's probably already qualified to be ranked among the Divine King. Jin Hong is actually so terrifying. He's only at the mid-Divine King realm right now. If he reaches the late Divine King realm, wouldn't he be in the top 10 for sure? Top 10? You're underestimating young Master Jin Hong too much. As soon as young Master Jin Hong reaches the late Divine King realm, he'll definitely take first place among the Divine Kings. Jin Hong's lightning-quick ending of the battle was naturally seen by all the prodigies. It immediately roused their spirit. They could already see the dawn of victory. Chapter 2764. Yang Yutian, I'll lend you a hand. Let's work together and kill this life-devouring beast. After killing the Divine King realm life-devouring beast, Jin Hong dispelled the Wolf Sovereign's protection. The huge figure of the ancient Sky Wolf behind him immediately vanished. Jin Hong's presence returned to normal, and he immediately rushed towards Jianchen. Although the Wolf Sovereign's protection was powerful, it also consumed an extremely large amount of energy. It was so expensive that Jin Hong was unwilling to maintain it for too long. He would rather expend some energy to fight the life-devouring beast with Jianchen than continue killing a second life-devouring beast with the Wolf Sovereign's protection. On the other side, Jianchen purposefully acted like he was struggling as he fought the life-devouring beast. When he saw Jin Hong flying towards him, he suddenly thought of something and said, "There's no need. I can still hold on. Jin Hong, go deal with the other life-devouring beast first." At this moment, the third Divine King realm life-devouring beast was engaged in a massacre. It forced the several dozen prodigies and the Divine King realm Deathsworn into retreat. Completely gained the upper hand. Half of the several dozen prodigies were injured to varying degrees. They were covered in blood. Several Divine King realm Deathsworn had already died in the mouth of the life-devouring beast. Faced with the encirclement of so many prodigies, the Divine King realm life-devouring beast was also injured repeatedly. Although the prodigies were not as strong as the life-devouring beast, they were still from peak clans in the Saints' world after all. They all possessed powerful and ancient secret technique. Some of the secret techniques could even allow them to unleash attacks that were equivalent to mid-Divine King realm Deathsworn with their early Divine King realm cultivation. When the powerful secret techniques landed on the life-devouring beast, they inflicted very heavy injuries. However, these injuries were nothing to the life-devouring beast, who possessed extremely powerful vitality. This was especially true after absorbing the life force of the Divine King's Deathsworn. Not only did the life-sucking beast's strength increase, they also had more life force to heal their wounds. Without the help of Jianchen and Jin Hong, who could exhibit the strength of a late-stage Divine King, it would be extremely difficult for these early-stage Divine King warriors to kill a mid-stage Divine King life-sucking beast. After hearing Jianchen's words, Jin Hong's figure suddenly paused. He quickly swept his gaze across the two sides of the battlefield and saw the situation clearly at a glance. This Yang Yutian is very strong. It may seem difficult for him to deal with a mid-stage Divine King realm life-sucking beast alone, but it's impossible for him to be defeated in a short period of time. However, the other side is already at a disadvantage. Someone could die at any time. Thinking quickly, Jin Hong immediately changed his direction. He no longer flew towards Jianchen. Instead, he charged towards the third life-sucking beast to rescue the remaining Sky Pride. PFFF. Jin Hong's speed was extremely fast. He appeared in front of the life-sucking beast like a bolt of lightning. His hand turned into a claw and directly grabbed the life-sucking beast's hind leg. With a violent rip, a large piece of flesh was torn off the life-sucking beast's hind leg. Great, young Master Jin Hong is here. Since young Master Jin Hong is here, this life-sucking beast is dead for sure. Everyone, go all out and help young Master Jin Hong kill this life-sucking beast. Jin Hong's arrival instantly raised everyone's morale to the peak. This time, everyone went all out without holding back. All kinds of powerful secret techniques were used to help Jin Hong kill the life-sucking beast. Jianshan looked at the battlefield from afar. His eyes flickered as he thought to himself, "There are a lot of life-sucking beasts within the range of my divine sense. If this continues, I don't know when we'll be able to walk out of the Two-World Mountain. The Two-World Mountain is too big. Even with my divine sense, I can only see a part of it. I don't even know where the exit is. Moreover, the unique terrain here is constantly changing. If we move in a straight line, I'm afraid we'll only be going around in circles. If we want to get out, we'll need them to lead the way. Looks like if I want to get out of the Two-World Mountain as soon as possible, I'll have to leave the group. I'll clear the obstacles in front of them so that they can move forward without any obstructions. Only then will they be able to get out of the Two-World Mountain in the shortest time possible." Suddenly, a sharp light flashed through Jianshan's eyes. 100 kilometers away there was a small mountain range. At the very center of the mountain range, on the highest peak, a huge, winged wolf covered in golden fur lay there quietly. It breathed in the essence of the world and cultivated. The huge, golden wolf was clearly a life-sucking beast. However, the energy it gave off was extremely powerful. It had reached Late Divine King. Let alone the Two-World Mountain, Late Divine King was an existence that reigned supreme across the entire world of the fallen beast. This was because the strongest experts in the world of the fallen beast were only infinite primes, and there were so few of them that they could be counted. As a Late Divine King that was only second to the primordial realm, his status was naturally extraordinary. Suddenly, a powerful strand of sword chi condensed in the air above the golden wolf. Before the golden wolf could react, the sword chi directly stabbed towards it, leaving behind a deep gash. The huge, golden wolf suddenly roused from its cultivation. Its eyes snapped open, and while its scarlet eyes were filled with fury, there was also a sliver of light. It was as if it possessed a weak intelligence now that it had reached Late Divine King, unlike other life-sucking beasts that acted on their instincts. Of course, its intelligence was just so weak that it could not even communicate with it. After rousing, the huge, golden wolf produced a great roar. Its voice rang through the sky, and it possessed enough power to shatter rocks. It shattered the vegetation and shattered the rocks. Afterwards, it looked around as if it had sensed something. It immediately locked onto the direction of Jianshan's group and shot off like an arrow. 100 kilometers away, Jin Hong and the prodigies who were fighting the life-sucking beast heard the shocking howl as well. All of their expressions changed drastically. This sound is it a Late Divine King life-sucking beast? A prodigy said with an ugly expression. A mid-divine king life-sucking beast is already so difficult to deal with, let alone Late Divine King life-sucking beasts. Probably only primordial realm experts can kill Late Divine King life-sucking beasts. Another prodigy said with difficulty as his voice trembled. This is bad. Facing a life-sucking beast at the Late Divine King realm, I'm afraid we won't even be able to escape, Ping Yixing from the Emperor Lotus Sword sect said as his heart sank. He felt like he was in trouble. Wolf Sovereign's protection. Jin Hong bellowed out and used the Wolf Sovereign's protection again. A tremendous presence appeared, and the figure of the ancient Sky Wolf appeared behind him once again. With the Wolf Sovereign's protection, his battle prowess skyrocketed. In just a few clashes, he tore the life-sucking beast that all the prodigies could not kill to pieces. Afterwards, he said loudly, "All of you, assist Yang Yutian in killing the last mid-divine king life-sucking beast. Then immediately leave as quickly as you can. I'll draw the beast king away." Chapter 2765. Jianshan did not extend his hand to catch the divine temple flying towards him. Instead, he looked at Jin Hong's resolute face with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Jin Hong to have the spirit of sacrificing himself to save others. Facing the life-sucking beast king that he couldn't defeat, Jin Hong didn't think of escaping by himself. Instead, he chose to risk his life to lure the life-sucking beast king away so that everyone could escape. After all, Jin Hong did not have a deep friendship with these heaven's prides here. Strictly speaking, they could not even be considered as ordinary friends. They could only be regarded as strangers. They only formed a group because of their family's elders and shared a common goal. For such a faint friendship, Jin Hong was actually willing to sacrifice himself for others. This made Jianshan's view of Jin Hong change once again. Wait a moment, young Master Jin Hong. You are now the backbone of all of us. You must not leave us. Otherwise, without your leadership, we will not be able to survive. Without you, even if we can temporarily escape, the road ahead will be very difficult. Why don't we let Yang Yutian lure the life-sucking beast king away? After all, Yang Yutian's strength is obvious to all of us. I, Zhou believe that Yang Yutian will be able to complete such a heavy responsibility. Zhou voice suddenly sounded. Previously, Jianshan had made him lose face, causing him to hate Jianshan. Now that such a good opportunity was in front of him, he naturally would not let it go. He wanted to ruthlessly scheme against Jianshan. Zhou is right. Not only is Yang Yutian strong, but he is also proficient in the law of space. He is the most suitable person to lure the life-sucking beast king away. After all, when it comes to escaping, the law of space is faster than the law of space. Who can be faster than the space laws? Chu Jie did not forget to add insult to injury as a cold smile appeared on his face. Zhou Chu Jie you. He Qianqian was infuriated. How could she not know that Chu Jie and Chu Jie wanted Yang Yutian to die? After all, the two-world mountains were not like the outside world. Once exhausted, it would not be as easy to recover as it was in the saint's world. With Yang Yutian's mastery of the laws of space, let alone whether he could escape from the Divine King's pursuit, even if he did escape, who could guarantee that he would not encounter other powerful life-devouring beasts? Taking a step back, even if Yang Yutian was lucky enough to survive, he would be completely lost in the two-world mountain after being separated from the group. One could only imagine what would happen to him. It was because the direction to the 100 Saints City could only be grasped by the people who participated in the construction of the 100 Saints City. Furthermore, this method could not be divulged, nor could it be divulged. However, He Qianqian just happened to be unable to find any words to refute them at this moment, because she would offend Jin Hong as soon as she spoke. Jianshan's face did not change at all. He glanced at Chu Jie and Zhou Ji coldly. Even though he originally wanted to use this opportunity to leave the group, killing intent still rose in his heart from what the two of them had done. Afterwards, he extended a finger and sent a gust of wind towards the Divine Hall, sending it back into Jin Hong's hands. Young Master Jin Hong, leave the life-devouring Beast King to me. I have grasped the laws of space, so I have the advantage in speed. I believe it won't be a problem to lure it away. Miss Qian, you have to keep this Divine Hall well. I know that it's extremely likely that I'll get lost in Two-World Mountain after leaving, so I left behind a sliver of the power of my soul in the Divine Hall. If I die, the power of my soul will disperse. If I survive, I'll be able to sense the power of my soul and find the correct direction. Perhaps I'll be able to catch up to you. As he said that, Jianshan pulled out a divine hall that was a supreme quality saint artifact from his space ring and tossed it to He Qianqian. Afterwards, he immediately abandoned the divine king realm life-devouring beast he was dealing with and vanished with a flash, vanishing into the hazy mist. Yang Yutian, you have to be careful. I'll be waiting for your safe return. Jin Hong stared in the direction Jianshan had vanished in with some mixed feelings. Afterwards, he immediately unleashed his full strength and engaged in an intense battle with the divine king realm life-devouring beast that Jianshan had dealt with. In the end, all the life-devouring beasts were slain by Jin Hong's full-powered attacks with the Wolf Exalt's armor. Afterwards, everyone left as quickly as they could, not even taking the valuable corpse of the life-devouring beast with them. In the end, they had lost over 1,000 divine King Realm Deathworn in the battle. Many of the prodigies were injured to varying degrees. Yang Yutian, I refuse to believe that you're still alive now. I refuse to believe that you can escape from a life-devouring beast king in Two World Mountain with your laws of space. The group rapidly left. Chu Jie, who followed closely behind them, felt extremely satisfied. The humiliation he had suffered had also dissipated slightly. This was because he believed that Jian Chen would definitely die if he left. Yang Yutian, I hope you can return safely. He Qianqian will definitely protect this divine hall well so that you can find the right direction to catch up to us. He Qianqian clenched the divine hall that Jianchen had left behind tightly. She could sense the strand of power from Jianchen's soul that he had left in there at all times. She secretly wished him well. Since Yang Yutian was so powerful, He Qianqian naturally hoped that he could return safely. At the very least, he was still a member of the Tianhe clan. He could make the Tianhe clan much more intimidating in the world of the fallen beast. Brother Yang Yutian, I hope you can survive. Apart from that, many other prodigies secretly prayed as well. They did not have any grudges with Jianchen, so they were all moved by Jianchen's actions. On the other side, Jianchen had finally broken free of all restraints after leaving the group. He could fully display his abilities now. He lured the life-devouring beast king away from afar and flew off in the opposite direction of He Qianqian and the others. In the end, he stopped a few thousand kilometers away from the group and waited with his arms crossed. A while later, a powerful gust of wind blew over. The golden wolf with a pair of wings on its back flapped its wings as it appeared before Jianchen. The might of a late divine king realm beast king radiated from the golden wolf, causing all the life-devouring beasts within 100 kilometers to prostrate themselves on the ground in fear. A late divine king realm beast king was already the indisputable king of the Two-World Mountain region. It already possessed a rudimentary level of intelligence and had its own territory. As soon as the golden wolf saw Jianchen, it immediately roared and pounced towards Jianchen. At the same time, a mysterious devouring force spread out and enveloped Jianchen. In the face of the life-devouring beast king, Jianchen was unfazed. The life-devouring beast king's terrifying ability to devour life force was laughable in front of Jianchen. Jianchen opened his mouth and gently exhaled. The air he exhaled turned into a dazzling ray of sword light. It emitted a powerful sword intent as it shot out and pierced through the life-devouring beast king's body. Immediately after, the life-devouring beast king, which struck fear into the hearts of many prodigies, was split into two halves with its nose as the center. Not only did the sword light cut open its body, but it also destroyed any possibility of its recovery and resurrection. Chapter 2766. The corpses of life-devouring beasts were extremely valuable. The stronger the life-devouring beast, the more expensive it would be. As a result, Jianchen naturally would not abandon the late divine king life-devouring beast king here. Instead, he took out a space ring and stowed the life-devouring beast king's corpse away. Life-devouring beasts were unique to the world of the fallen beast. They were created by the unique environment of the world of the fallen beast, so they could not survive outside. As a result, there were no life-devouring beasts in the saints' world. Even if there were, they would be corpses from the world of the fallen beast. The tremendous life force within them was a supreme-grade material for refining many high-grade divine pills. As a result, the corpses of life-devouring beasts were an important resource that many peak organizations fought over in the saints' world. Even peak experts who had become grand primes placed great importance on the life-devouring beast. This was because the pills refined from life-devouring beasts would be mid-grade, high-grade, or supreme-grade god pills at the very least. Grand Primes fought and were injured as well. Naturally, they could not avoid using high-level god pills to heal. As a result, the corpses of life-devouring beasts were strategic resources that all peak organizations and peak experts in the Saints' world would fight over. Even though Jianchen had only learnt about the existence of life-devouring beasts recently, he had already learnt a lot about them from He Qianqian. As a result, he understood just how valuable life-devouring beasts were in the Saints' world. Now that he had been freed, he obviously would not give up on this great opportunity to collect the corpses of life-devouring beasts. As a result, he did not stop after collecting the life-devouring Beast King's corpse. With a flash, he flew towards a second group of life-devouring beasts. Jianchen was completely fearless in the dangerous Two-World Mountains. Nothing could make him fear. He moved with lightning speed, appearing 1,000 kilometers away in just a few seconds. This was the second place where Jianchen's divine sense had detected a large group of life-sucking beasts. On a mountain peak in front of him, there were several thousand life-sucking beasts' auras. There was a late-stage Divine King Realm life-sucking Beast King guarding the peak, 5 mid-stage Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts, and over 100 early-stage Divine King Realm life-sucking beasts. The rest were all life-sucking beasts below the level of the Divine King. As soon as Jianchen arrived, he did not make a move. However, his eyes turned silver-white, as if there was endless sword intent contained within them. At this moment, he directly used the will of the Supreme Sword Tao. Once the Supreme Sword Tao was unleashed, the heavens and earth were under his control. The life and death of all living beings within a radius of 100,000 miles were at his mercy. The mountain peak where several thousand life-sucking beasts lived was enveloped by a powerful sword intent in a single instance. At this moment, the flowing air, the unique energy in the surroundings, and even the grass, the trees, the sand, and the pebbles on the ground had all been transformed into extremely sharp sword qi. Countless strands of sword qi filled the space there in layers, radiating with a presence that could destroy everything. Die! At this moment, Jianchen had truly become the ruler of the world. With a thought, the several thousand life-sucking beasts in the mountain peak, including the life-sucking Beast King, died before they could even cry out or struggle. They had been slain by Jianchen's will of the Supreme Sword Tao. No one below the primordial realm could endure the will of Jianchen's Supreme Sword Tao. The only way to survive before Jianchen's will was to reach the primordial realm. In the blink of an eye, a sizable group of life-sucking beasts that were even more powerful than the 2-winged azure wolves the group had encountered earlier had been wiped out. If Jin Hong and the others had seen this, they would probably have been frightened out of their wits. Jianchen stowed away all the corpses of the life-sucking beasts, but when he stowed away all the corpses in his space ring, there was no more space left. It had been filled to the brim. It's a pity that the space in my space ring isn't very large due to the grade restriction. Just this wave of life-devouring beasts has already filled up my space ring. It looks like I need to find even more space rings, Jianchen sighed inwardly. Looking at the space ring in his hand, Jianchen frowned. Afterwards, he looked at the path he had come from. After a moment of hesitation, he immediately left through the laws of space. Within the Two-World Mountain, the senses of his soul could envelop a radius of 10 million kilometers. He had been traveling with the group over the past few days, so he was still within this range. As a result, the battle between the group and the life-devouring beast was still within the range of Jianchen's soul. Afterwards, Jianchen returned to the battlefield with terrifying speed. He collected a large number of space rings from the fallen warriors before continuing his journey of hunting with them. In just 3 days, several tens of thousands of life-sucking beasts had died to Jianchen's hands. The life-sucking beasts varied in size. The smaller ones were only a few meters long, while the larger ones were several hundred meters long. He collected all the corpses of the life-sucking beasts. Half of the space rings he had collected from the fallen warriors had been used up in an instant. In Jianshan's eyes, the extremely dangerous Two-World Mountain was not a place of danger at all. Instead, it had become a paradise where he could come and go as he pleased. During these 3 days, the large group led by Jin Hong had a peaceful journey. They did not encounter any attacks from life-sucking beasts, allowing them to gradually increase their speed of advancement. Yeah, they're getting faster and faster. At this rate, I believe it won't be long before they leave the Two-World Mountain. It's a pity that I still can't find the exit of the Two-World Mountain, even after extending my senses to 10 million kilometers. Several hundred kilometers away, Jianchen sat on the back of a huge condor that was 300 meters long. The condor flew 1,000 meters in the air, slowly advancing in front of the group. Under Jianchen's control, it maintained a certain distance from the group at the back at all times. This huge condor was also a life-sucking beast. Its cultivation was at the late Divine King realm. As a late Divine King realm life-sucking beast king, it already possessed some faint intelligence. Thus, Jianshan had forcefully subdued it and temporarily used it as a mount. Chapter 2767. Several hundred kilometers behind Jianshan, Jin Hong led a large group of several tens of thousands of Divine King realm kamikaze warriors as they silently advanced through the forest. They would pass by some swamps and rivers from time to time, so all of their feet were off the ground. They maintained a low altitude. They all concealed their presences. Even the cultivators who used energy to protect themselves carefully controlled their pulses of energy, doing their best to conceal themselves. As a result, even though there were many people in the group, they strangely did not cause any disturbances at all. From afar, they seemed like a group of ghosts moving through the forest. It's already been 3 days, and we haven't even come across a single life-devouring beast. It's been extraordinarily peaceful along the way. Young Master Jin Hong really has great foresight. He's come up with a plan that saved us a lot of unnecessary trouble, Guang Wanhua from the Crimson Light clan said excitedly at the front of the group. He originally feared the Two-World Mountain very much, to the point where he did not even dare to set foot in it. Every battle he had experienced before had shaken him to the core. He had basically been dancing on the line between life and death every time. If he was careless, he would fall into a bottomless abyss and be doomed forever. However, the 3 days of peace immediately made Guang Wanhua feel that the Two-World Mountain was not as terrifying as the rumors made it out to be. I really hope that the journey can continue like this so that we can leave the Two-World Mountain as soon as possible. As long as we leave the Two-World Mountain, we'll basically be safe. He Chanshan from the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall said eagerly. Don't be too happy yet. It's not necessarily safe to leave Two-World Mountain. We don't know what happened to the 100 Saints city that we've been running for so many years. I reckon that even if we walk out of Two-World Mountain alive, we'll be facing a new round of challenges, Ping Yixing from Emperor Lotus Sword Sect said in a deep voice. As soon as Ping Yixing finished speaking, a prodigy refuted him. What's so scary about that? We've brought so many kamikaze warriors into the world of the fallen beast on an unprecedented scale. Our goal is to quell all the unstable factors in the world of the fallen beast. The sacrificial warriors we've brought with us can't be used at all in Two-World Mountain. They're not suited for fighting the life-devouring beast. However, once we leave Two-World Mountain, we'll be able to cause a storm of blood among the Darkstar race with our strength. That's right. As long as we leave Two-World Mountain, the formation formed by the sacrificial warriors we've brought will be enough to fend off infinite primes. Just how many primordial realm experts do the Darkstar race possess? The Darkstar race is nothing to worry about. What we really need to be wary of are the life-sucking beasts. They're our main enemy. Everyone was communicating through voice transmission, so not a single sound could be heard. Many of the prodigy's words were filled with disdain for the Darkstar race. The strongest expert of the Darkstar clan, the Darkstar Emperor, was only a 9th heavenly layer infinite prime. On the other hand, every single one of the clans behind them possessed a Grand Prime. Some clans even had more than one Grand Prime. This caused some of them to look down on the Darkstar race from the bottom of their hearts. "Everyone be quiet." At this moment, Jin Hong shouted in a low voice, and everyone's conversation came to an abrupt halt. They instantly became nervous, and their expressions became solemn and cautious, thinking that a new crisis was about to befall them. Jin Hong didn't say anything. He closed his eyes and carefully sensed the surroundings. After a while, when he opened his eyes, a beam of light flashed. His figure disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash and appeared in front of a cave a few miles away. Behind him, the prodigies all arrived with the Divine King Realm kamikaze warriors. They all held their breaths as they stood behind Jin Hong nervously and sternly. "Young Master Jin Hong, is there something wrong?" Sun Ji could not help but ask after looking around. Jin Hong stared unblinkingly at the pitch-black cave for a moment, then swept his sharp gaze across the surroundings. His brows were tightly knitted together, and after a long silence he said, "There used to be a sizable group of life-sucking beasts in this place. Looking at the traces in the surroundings, there should be a lot of life-sucking beasts here. This cave in front of us is the habitat of the life-sucking beast king, but for some reason, all the life-sucking beasts have disappeared." Everyone subconsciously looked around when they heard that. Indeed, there were quite a few traces of life-sucking beasts. They immediately shivered inside and became nervous for some reason. The life-sucking beasts probably moved away en masse, Kong Feiying from the Tsangqiong clan said casually. As soon as this was said, many people secretly nodded in agreement. "That's not right." Jin Hong shook his head and frowned. "Along the way, this is the second place I've found where the life-sucking beasts live. The situation in these two places is exactly the same. There are no traces of battle, but all the life-sucking beasts have disappeared. Judging from the aura left behind, these life-sucking beasts have disappeared within the past 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, I used a secret technique to sense the aura and found that these life-sucking beasts did not move away. With such a large group of life-sucking beasts moving away, even if they did not leave any traces behind, there should still be some aura left behind. The strong aura is not something that can be dissipated in a short period of time. Using my secret technique, I can't sense the aura of the life-sucking beasts at all. At the same time, there are no traces of them leaving. It's as if all the life-sucking beasts disappeared into thin air here. This is the last trace they left behind before they disappeared." For a moment, everyone fell silent. A huge group of beasts had suddenly disappeared without a trace. This strange scene made many people feel uneasy. Could it be that they were all killed and their corpses were taken away? He Qianqian asked in a somewhat stiff tone. "That's even more impossible." Ping Yixing immediately rejected this possibility. He said, "From the looks of the traces, there are quite a few life-sucking beasts here. At the very least, there's a late divine king life-sucking beast king here. Even infinite primes would struggle to kill so many life-sucking beasts without leaving any traces behind." That's true. Although infinite primes can easily wipe out a group of life-sucking beasts, they definitely can't do it so cleanly. At the very least, they need to leave behind some traces of battle. However, there are no traces of battle here, said Man Yunjun from the Man family. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's leave quickly. The light in Jin Hong's eyes flickered as he ordered sternly. Chapter 2768. The scream was particularly ear-piercing in this quiet environment where everyone was communicating via voice transmission. It was no less ear-piercing than a sudden clap of thunder. What's going on? What happened? Could it be that the life-sucking beasts are attacking us again? In an instant, dozens of sky prides standing in front of the cave felt their hearts tighten. First, a large number of life-sucking beasts had mysteriously disappeared. This inexplicable and bizarre scene had already made them feel uneasy. Now that a scream had suddenly sounded, everyone's nerves were stretched taut, and they were extremely nervous. After the scream, a commotion broke out at the back of the group. Waves of energy fluctuations could be felt, followed by the sounds of fighting. Jin Hong's expression changed. His body turned into a shadow and immediately disappeared. He flew toward the back as fast as he could. The rest of the Supreme Talents hesitated for a moment before they followed him one after another. When Jin Hong arrived at the scene of the commotion, he saw several men of sacrifice trained by the divine King Dan. Their eyes were emitting a dark green light, and their bodies were emitting a chaotic and violent aura. They were madly attacking the people around them. Jia Yunlong, what's wrong with you? Why did you suddenly attack me? Lu Chengshui, what are you doing? We're good brothers who have gone through thick and thin together. Why did you suddenly attack me? Old Zhou, what's wrong with you? Why don't you stop? Don't forget who we are. You'll be executed by the young master. More than 20 cultivators, who were also death warriors, were caught off guard. Under this sneak attack, they were already seriously injured. They all looked at their companions in disbelief, letting out angry and puzzled roars. However, the several death warriors with dark green eyes didn't seem to hear them at all. They roared like wild beasts and attacked all the nearby cultivators with all their strength. Jin Hong stood on a nearby tree, frowning as he watched this scene. His eyes flashed, and he seemed to be deep in thought. The leaders of the remaining forces also arrived. They either stood on the trees or hovered in the air. They all looked at the men of sacrifice who had caused the commotion with surprise. One of them is one of our Chu clan's men of sacrifice. What happened to him? Chu Jie floated in midair and looked at his subordinate, who did not differentiate between friend and foe and crazily attacked his own people. His expression became somewhat ugly. Capture these rebels for me. Baijian Xiong from the Baijian clan coldly shouted and immediately gave the order. Immediately, the death warriors of the 100 Battles clan acted together. With their combined strength, they quickly suppressed the death warriors who had lost their mind. However, even though these death warriors were suppressed to the point where they couldn't move, they didn't have the slightest intention of calming down. The dark green light in their eyes became more and more intense as they struggled desperately. As the light in their eyes grew stronger, their strength also increased. Vaguely, there was a kind of momentum that exceeded their own strength. I can't suppress it anymore. Quick, get a few more people. One of the death warriors who participated in the suppression began to call for help loudly. Immediately, a few more death warriors joined in. In the end, a total of 8 death warriors worked together to suppress one of them. This was a shocking thing, because these death warriors were all nurtured by the 100 Calamity Divine King Dan, so the difference in strength between them was not very big. They only needed 2 or 3 people to work together, and they could easily suppress one person. However, at this moment, a total of 8 people were needed to do this. This meant that these death warriors who had lost their minds were at least 2 or 3 times stronger. What's going on? Why have they become like this? Chu Jie was somewhat at a loss. His face was filled with confusion. No one could answer his question. In fact, the changes that had happened at this very moment made many people unable to understand what was going on. Jin Hong stared unblinkingly at the eyes of the death warriors that were emitting dark green light. His expression gradually became serious. Then, as if he had confirmed something, his expression abruptly changed. He immediately shouted, "Quick, everyone use energy to protect yourselves and isolate yourself from the fog." What? All of this is caused by the fog here? But how is this possible? How is this possible? This is just ordinary fog. How can it have such a strange ability? Jin Hong's shout shook the hearts and minds of the dozens of heaven's favorites. Everyone stared at the thick fog in disbelief. Doubt and suspicion appeared in their eyes. Even if some people were still doubtful, Without exception, everyone immediately used energy to protect themselves and began isolating themselves from the fog. The Divine King Realm Death Warriors obeyed. Immediately, multicolored energy waves surged out of their bodies. The beautiful light dyed the forest that was enveloped in fog with multicolored light. However, it was already too late. This was because, along the way, almost half of the people believed that Jianchen was exaggerating. They didn't listen to Jianchen's suggestion of using energy to protect themselves. As a result, they had inhaled large amounts of fog over the past few days. At this moment, the hidden dangers of the fog finally erupted completely. Only 2 breaths after Jin Hong's order was issued, among the group of death warriors, some cultivators began to go crazy, as if their minds had been annihilated. Dark green light burst out from their eyes as they madly attacked their companions nearby. They were like a fuse. Soon after, more and more of the death warriors descended into madness. In a short period of time, their numbers increased from a few to several dozen. Then it increased to several hundred, several thousand, and even 10,000. In the end, the cultivators among the Divine King Realm Death Warriors who didn't use energy to protect themselves from the fog all went mad. No one was spared. Immediately, a great battle erupted in the forest. The Death Warriors who had gone mad could no longer distinguish friend from foe. They began to attack the normal Death Warriors, while the normal Death Warriors resisted with all their might. This vast group of several tens of thousands was currently in chaos. They began to kill each other. How can this be? How can this be? When they saw this, many prodigies were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Wake up, all of you! Awo! Jin Hong's face was ashen. His body immediately turned into a small golden wolf king. The blurry image of the ancient skywolf appeared behind him. Then, it let out a howl that resounded through the sky. The howl pierced through metal and stone, shaking people's souls. It attempted to awaken the death warriors who had gone mad. However, it was of no use. He Chanshan's face was also pale. Although all the death warriors of the Tianhe clan had listened to Jianchen's suggestion and none of them had gone mad, the scene before her still frightened this young lady from a top clan. Chapter 2769. The divine formation of crane feathers was a powerful defensive formation. It was not enough to stop life-devouring beasts, but it could be used to stop the attacks of cultivators. It could be described as an impregnable wall. If several hundred or even over 1,000 sacrificial warriors stood in the divine formation of crane feathers and condensed their strength, they could even stop the attacks of some experts who had just become infinite primes. Those of the Emperor Lotus Sword sect immediately form the Lotus Sword formation. Those of the Baijian clan quickly form the Invincible formation. The Sun family, the Lu Tian clan. Afterwards, the other prodigies all returned to their senses and passed down orders. Immediately, powerful defensive formations were rapidly completed, blocking the attacks of the demonic sacrificial warriors. As soon as the formations were formed, the attacks of the demonic sacrificial warriors were no longer a threat to the regular sacrificial warriors. However, in that short moment close to 1,000 sacrificial warriors had died. It's over, it's over, it's all over, it's all over. Chu Jie and the others had tears streaming down their faces. Their faces were pale and bloodless because not only had all the death warriors under them gone mad, even they themselves had inhaled quite a bit of the gray fog. Even though they hadn't discovered anything wrong with their bodies for the time being, the fate of these death warriors had already cast a shadow over their hearts. None of them knew when they would suddenly become demonic like the sacrificial warriors. A few prodigies had already begun to gulp down various pills in an attempt to expel the mist from their bodies. The appearance of the sacrificial warriors when they went mad truly terrified them, causing them to feel fear. What pained them even more was that the prodigies who had not sucked in the mist with energy had already distanced themselves from them subconsciously. They were secretly on guard as well. Clearly, they were wary of the possibility of them going mad at all times. Even their good friends who called them brothers purposefully distanced themselves from them. They did not dare to get too close to them. Dandan, don't worry. I'll be fine. I have a large number of pills on me. This mere mist won't be able to stop me. A prodigy from a large clan said to a woman beside him with a pale face. Shao-Chi, stay away from me. Don't get close to me. The girl named Dan immediately screamed and distanced herself from him, as if she had seen the god of pestilence. Shao-Chi's heart ached, and a deep sense of regret filled his heart. Damn it. If I had known this would happen, I would have chosen to believe in Yang Yutian. To think that in order to save a bit of energy I would have put myself in such a situation. Damn it, damn it. Shao-Chi was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Young Master Jin Hong, what should we do now? How should we deal with these uncontrollable death warriors? The Man Clan's Heaven's Pride, Man Yunjun, said in a deep voice. She was a woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was as beautiful as a flower and had a heroic spirit. She was much more outstanding than most of the Heaven's Prides present. In the face of such an unexpected situation, she was one of the few Heaven's Prides who could remain calm. Jin Hong didn't say anything because he didn't know how to deal with this. He felt like his head was about to explode. He had already tried, but he couldn't wake up these crazy warriors. If they tried to suppress them by force, they would have to pay a huge price to face tens of thousands of crazy warriors. It might even be so huge that they couldn't bear it. However, if they killed all these people, they would also suffer a huge loss. They would lose a lot of strength and be unable to deal with the unknown danger of the 100 Saints City. We can't leave this place if we're entangled like this. We can't go on like this. We need to come up with a plan as soon as possible, said Ping Yixing from the Emperor Lotus Sword sect. Our death warriors will run out of energy one day. Furthermore, we still have to face the threat of the life-sucking beast. We can't waste too much energy here, said Lu Yi from the Lu Tian clan. We have no other choice now that things have come to this. Let's kill all the uncontrollable death warriors, said the Heaven's Pride. He was shrouded in a black robe, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He gave off a sense of mystery. He was a man of few words. He kept a very low profile in the crowd and rarely spoke. However, no one dared to underestimate him because he was the king of the night. He might not have been the strongest in an open battle, but his assassination techniques were enough to make all experts at the same level shiver in fear. That's a good idea, and we need to do it as soon as possible. We've caused far too much of a disturbance here. If the life-sucking beast in the distance is drawn over, we'll be in big trouble. If we're not careful, all of us will die here, someone immediately agreed. No, we can't kill them. Our clan has raised these death warriors painstakingly. We can't let them die by your hands. You know exactly how valuable the 100 Calamity Divine King Pill is. If you dare to do anything, the clans behind us will never let this go once we leave the world of the fallen beast. They'll definitely seek an explanation from the organization behind you, Gong Rui shrieked and immediately objected. He was extremely agitated. For a moment, everyone was stuck between a rock and a hard place. They were surrounded by over 10,000 death warriors, so they couldn't leave even if they wanted to. 100 kilometers away, a huge eagle circled in the air. Jianshan frowned as he sat on the eagle's broad back. He murmured to himself, the mist can actually control the Divine King's mind. It's even more impressive than I imagined it to be. Jianshan extended his hand, and the space before him suddenly trembled. Large swathes of mist were sucked into his hand, condensing into a thumb-sized, white bead in his hand in the end. He stared at the bead and observed it for a long time. Then, he released his divine sense and carefully and seriously studied it from the outside to the inside. He wanted to find the secret of the thick fog. However, the secret of the mist was not so easy to discover. Even with Jianshan's soul that had mutated after fusing with a sliver of chaotic force, he did not discover much after a thorough examination. He failed to find a way to break through the mist either. 2 hours later, Jianchen opened his eyes. The white bead in his hand turned into mist again, fusing into the surroundings. It looks like there's basically no way to save the cultivators whose minds have been controlled. Jianchen shook his head and sighed. The senses of his soul had snuck into the souls of the Death Warriors when they had lost their minds to observe them. As a result, he deeply understood just how difficult it was to deal with the mist. At the very least, he was unable to save the Death Warriors with his current abilities. At this moment, a drizzle suddenly fell from the sky above the Two-World Mountain, covering a range of 100 kilometers. No one paid any attention to the rain. They all thought that it was just a regular rain. Jin Hong and the other prodigies used their protective energy to repel the rain, preventing it from touching them. The Death Warriors who had lost their minds were completely soaked by the rain. What no one noticed was that some of the rain actually seeped into their bodies silently when it touched them. Afterwards, it turned into a clear stream that directly seeped into their blood, meridians, flesh, and souls. The clear stream seemed to possess the power of purification. It could purge some of the evils in the world. Wherever the clear stream passed, the gray mist that the Death Warriors had absorbed began to disperse. In just a few breaths of time, the movements of the men of sacrifice who were madly attacking the defensive formation became slower and slower. In the end, they gradually came to a stop. The green light in their eyes began to fade, and their eyes began to regain their normal vigor. Nearby, several dozen prodigies were currently discussing whether they should kill the Death Warriors who had lost control. They noticed the abnormality over here as well, so they all gathered their gazes over. With a single glance, many of them beamed with joy. Look, they've actually woken up. Also, the light in their eyes has returned to normal. This is great, they've finally woken up. Chu Jie couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He began to dance around in excitement. Not only did the awakening of these people mean that there was a way to get out of the mist, but it also meant that the several hundred Death Warriors under him were back under his control. He no longer needed to be a commander without an army. Chapter 2770. Chu Jie, Kong Feiying, Zhao Wenbin, and more than a dozen other prodigies who did not use any energy to protect their bodies and had ingested a large amount of the gray mist, were all excited. The gloominess on their faces was swept away, and as if they had been given a new lease of life, they let out joyful howls and began to greedily gulp down the rainwater. What did I do just now? I actually attacked my own people. How could I do such a thing? The faces of the Death Warriors who had regained consciousness were blank. They looked at the blood on their hands and recalled what they had done, and their faces instantly turned pale. They were only Death Warriors groomed by various large families, and they were very clear about the rules of their respective families. They knew very well how serious the mistake they had just made was, and how disastrous the consequences would be for them. Not only would they die without a doubt, but even their families and clans would be annihilated. Young Lord, please spare me. Young Lord, please spare me. I completely lost my mind just now. I didn't even know what I was doing. Young Lord, please spare me. We had no choice. We couldn't control ourselves. Many of the Death Warriors began to beg for mercy. They were not afraid of death, because they could only live for 100 years at most, and they were more worried that the people behind them would be implicated. This was because some of them had relatives, wives, children, or families. It was only because of various circumstances that they were forced to do something against their will, such as selling their lives to the top families, and being planted with slave imprints, becoming Death Warriors groomed by the 100 Tribulations Divine King Dan. Jin Hong's gaze swept across the Death Warriors, and after a moment of hesitation, he said to the other prodigies, "Since they have all recovered, hurry up and reorganize your troops. This is not a place to stay for long, we need to leave as soon as possible." Yes, even if there's a big problem, let's put it aside and leave this place first. That huge commotion just now must have alerted the life-sucking beasts in the distance. Who knows, there might be a large group of life-sucking beasts rushing here right now. We need to leave quickly, leave quickly. Hearing this, many people's hearts tightened, and dozens of prodigies immediately reorganized their troops and left in a hurry. However, after this lesson, none of them dared to conserve their energy. They all conjured up an energy shield to isolate themselves from the thick fog. 100 miles away, Jianchen stood up from the back of the giant eagle. He grabbed at the direction of the group from a great distance. With this grab, the space immediately twisted. Drops of rainwater were sucked into his palm from hundreds of miles away using the law of space, condensing into a thumb-sized water droplet that quietly floated in his palm. His eyes shone brightly like a sharp needle. He wanted to pierce through the water droplet and see through the secrets it contained. However, in his observation, this was just ordinary rainwater. There was nothing special about it. Jianchen would never believe that such ordinary rainwater could cure those men of sacrifice who had lost control. As far as he knew, ordinary rain wouldn't be able to restrain this strange gray fog at all. No, it's not this rainwater. A gleam of light flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He could clearly sense that the rainwater he had absorbed was slightly different from the rainwater that had awakened the sacrificial warriors. It was as if they were two completely different substances. Jianchen continued to grab at the rainwater. In order to understand its secrets, he didn't care so much and prepared to directly take it from the bodies of the men of sacrifice. Jianchen's body suddenly became illusory. From a solid body, he turned into a transparent shadow. Moreover, this shadow was constantly fading. After 2 breaths of time, Jianchen's shadow had completely disappeared. When he disappeared, the condor below him glanced back. A sliver of confusion appeared in its muddy and dull eyes. This was because it could sense that Jianchen was still standing on its back, but it could no longer see Jianchen. Jianchen used the laws of space to enter outer space before arriving before a man of sacrifice 100 kilometers away. He gently touched the man's shoulder with his hand hidden in outer space, and some of the rainwater on the man of sacrifice immediately vanished strangely, landing in Jianchen's hand. However, as soon as the rainwater landed in Jianchen's hand, Jianchen immediately frowned. His soul had once fused with a strand of true chaotic force, so it was different from the rest. His senses were abnormally sharp, allowing him to discover many things that even experts at a higher level of cultivation than him could not. He could clearly sense that the rainwater had undergone some subtle changes when it was about to land in his hand. It felt like something hidden in the rainwater had suddenly vanished. Just as I thought. It's not the rainwater that's allowed these people to recover, but something hidden in the rainwater. It's just a cover, Jianchen thought. He was extremely surprised by this discovery, and he could not help but begin to doubt whether the rain was natural or man-made. But what he couldn't understand was, if it was a natural rain, why would there be such a coincidence? Why would some of the strange substances contained in the rainwater suddenly disappear when he tried to absorb the rainwater to understand its secrets? Why would it use the rain as a cover? However, if it was man-made, who would have the ability to hide from his senses in the world of the fallen beast that only cultivators under the age of 1,000 could enter? As for the Darkstar race, their strongest expert was only the Darkstar Emperor. Jianchen was confident that although he might not be the Darkstar Emperor's opponent right now, it was impossible for the Darkstar Emperor to hide from his senses. For a moment, Jianchen remained where he was as he sank into deep thought. The light in his eyes constantly flickered as his expression constantly changed. Only when the group had traveled far away did he leave and return to the eagle. An illusionary figure suddenly appeared in the forest after Jianchen had left. The figure was condensed from the power of a soul, so it was only possible to make out that it was a man. He was slender, but his facial features were blurry. The illusionary man hovered in the air like a ghost as he faced Jianchen's direction. He seemed to be able to see Jianchen's figure sitting on the eagle's back 100 kilometers away. Jianchen, This isn't the first time I've heard about you from Wuxin. Now that I've seen you, you really are quite extraordinary. You actually managed to discover the problem with the rainwater. However, even if that's the case, so what? How can a mere infinite prime like you see through something that I've personally taken action? The illusionary man seemed to look at Jianchen as he muttered to himself. His voice was filled with admiration and disdain. He did not seem to care about infinite primes at all. He did not take them seriously at all. However, Jianchen did not sense anything at all. Even when the senses of his soul constantly enveloped a range of 10 million kilometers, even covering the forest where the illusionary man resided, Jianchen failed to discover his existence at all. Afterwards, the illusionary man seemed to look in the direction of Jin Hong and the others. He murmured, "Your cultivations may be weak, and you won't be able to cause any trouble in the saints' world. However, your strength cannot be underestimated in the Dark Star race. The formation formed by the many Death Warriors can even unleash the strength of first or second heavenly layer infinite primes. It's enough to cause a huge storm in the Dark Star race." Chapter 2771. The illusionary man slowly vanished, as if he had returned to the surroundings. He seemed to have fused with the surroundings. His methods were strange, so no one in Two World Mountain could sense his existence. 100 miles away, a gigantic eagle was hovering in the air. Occasionally, it would fly over a gigantic tree that was hundreds of feet tall. The strong wind pressure it brought about caused the leaves on the gigantic trees to break away from the branches and dance in the air. Even some of the smaller trees were uprooted by the wind brought up by the eagle's wings and blown high into the sky. The faint pressure of a beast king radiated from the eagle, causing some of the life-devouring beasts hidden in the forest to flee. These life-devouring beasts did not possess any intelligence, nor did they feel fear. Cultivators were unable to intimidate them at all. However, the life-devouring beasts felt a bone-deep fear towards the presence of a beast king from the eagle. As a result, wherever the eagle passed by, the forest below would become a mess. Many life-devouring beasts fled into the distance, away from the eagle. Jianchen sat silently on the broad back of the eagle. He remained in thought the entire time. Due to the special nature of his soul, he had already noticed some clues from the rainwater. Even though he could not be certain, he had already begun to suspect that the rainwater was not natural. He believed that it was caused by something. Moreover, there were some strange substances mixed in the rainwater. These substances could resolve the hidden dangers of the dense mist, allowing the uncontrollable warriors to recover. Most importantly, whenever Jianchen tried to collect the rainwater with the strange substances, the rainwater would disappear. As a result, the rainwater that landed in his hands would become regular rainwater. Jianchen refused to believe that the wondrous matter had a mind of its own and was avoiding him on its own. Since that was the case, there was only one last possibility, and that was that there was an expert whose cultivation far surpassed his, secretly controlling all of this. If something like this happened in the outside world, there would be nothing wrong with it. However, this was the world of the fallen beast, a place filled with the supreme senses of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan and the Grand Exalt of the Dark Star clan. Only those under 1,000 years of age could set foot in here. The people of the Dark Star race could not break through to Chaotic Prime due to the suppression of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit race's supreme consciousnesses. The 9th heavenly layer of Infinite Prime was the limit that could be reached in the world of the fallen beast. How could an expert who could hide from him appear in such a special miniature world? This was a question that Jianchen could not understand no matter how he thought about it. As a result, even though he had his doubts, he was also puzzled. He refused to believe that a supreme expert could sneak in while avoiding the consciousnesses of the Grand Exalts of the Wood Spirit race and Dark Star. This was because he understood the world of the fallen beast more and more. According to his knowledge, Even sovereigns of the world who had comprehended the laws of the world to the limit and had basically become the laws of the world would have to endure the attacks of the consciousnesses of the Wood Spirit race and Darkstar race if they wanted to enter here, let alone Grand Primes. Even the supreme sovereigns of the world were like that, let alone those below Grand Exalt. Forget it. Let's not think about that for now. The matter at hand is to leave here as soon as possible and find a way out of Siyu. A while later, Jianshan exhaled deeply and dismissed his thoughts. Roar. Suddenly, a great beast roar rang out. It gave off the powerful might of a beast king. A huge tiger-like tiger with a third eye between its eyebrows was standing proudly on top of a huge rock in front of them. It was glaring at the huge eagle that was flying towards it with a pair of extremely unfriendly eyes. This was another late divine king, life-devouring beast king. This region was clearly its territory. Under Jianshan's command, the condor had clearly invaded his territory. Seeing this huge tiger, the big eagle's body stiffened slightly, and its flying speed could not help but slow down. Those turbid eyes revealed a strong sense of fear. What are you afraid of? Fly over there. Jianshan waved his hand on the condor's back, and a surging power surged out, enveloping the condor. Afterwards, the condor approached the tiger uncontrollably. Jianshan was constantly observing the group behind him. They were advancing in a straight line. This was where the main group was going to pass through. Therefore, the obstacles on the way had to be cleared. He wanted the main group to lead him out of the Twin Worlds mountain as soon as possible. The giant tiger seemed to have been greatly provoked. It flew into a rage and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The terrifying sound waves turned into circles of ripples and spread out, shaking all the plants within a radius of 10 miles into powder. Even the ground formed from rocks cracked. Jianshan waved his hand and the space behind him immediately distorted. He had already set up a spatial barrier to prevent sound from spreading. Otherwise, the tiger's roar would have reached the ears of the main group 100 li away. Once they knew that there was a life-devouring beast king in front of them, the main group would have to change their path, and it would be a waste of time. At this moment, the tiger's third eye suddenly opened. A green light shot towards the condor at lightning speed. It was unbelievably fast. The condor's huge body trembled violently. It seemed to be familiar with the tiger's third eye. When it saw the green light shoot out, it subconsciously turned around and fled. It actually contains the power of the law of curses. After a moment of surprise, Jianshan's gaze suddenly turned towards the green light. When he looked over, the green light that was originally faster than lightning suddenly stopped in mid-air. No, it shouldn't be called a stop. It was still moving forward, but its speed was as slow as a snail's. It was so slow that people would think that the light had stopped. This life-devouring beast king's strength is not bad. Especially that ray of light with the law of curses shot out from its third eye. Its attack power is strong enough to threaten most of the peerless heaven prides on the divine king's throne. No wonder this condor fled at the sight of it. It seems that it has already suffered a lot. Jianshan muttered to himself. Then, he pointed his finger at the tiger and shouted, "Destroy!" As the word fell, the green light beam shot out by the tiger suddenly collapsed. Then, the tiger's body exploded with a loud bang. At this time, Jianshan suddenly frowned and looked towards the place where the tiger had fallen. There, a huge shadow suddenly rose up and gradually condensed into the figure of a giant beast. This giant tiger was also a tiger with a third eye in the middle of its brows. However, its body was much larger, as big as a mountain. The aura it exuded was also earth-shattering. Compared to the life-devouring beast king, it was more than 100 times stronger. It stared fixedly at Jianshan as if it wanted to firmly remember Jianshan's presence. A primordial realm life-devouring beast. I never thought that the life-devouring beast king I killed would actually have a backer. Jianshan sat on the condor calmly as he stared at the colossal beast leisurely. The condor he sat on had already become so frightened that it began to tremble. Its wings were no longer as nimble as before. If it were not for Jian Chen's power, the condor probably would have collapsed long ago. I will come and find you. Disperse. Disperse, Jianchen said calmly as he stared at the colossal figure. With a gentle wave of his hand, the colossal figure suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2772. The colossal figure was not the original body of the primordial realm life-devouring beast. Instead, it was similar to a sliver of a cultivator's soul, which was why Jianchen could disperse it so easily with just a wave of his hand. With Jianchen's current strength, there were very few infinite primes who could pose a threat to him. Even if the primordial realm life-devouring beast came in person, it would not necessarily be Jianchen's opponent, let alone a sliver of a soul. Just when Jianchen dispersed the primordial realm life-devouring beast's figure, an earth-shaking tiger's roar suddenly rang out from the forest that had exceeded the range of the senses of Jianchen's soul. The terrifying sound caused the mountains to tremble and the ground to crack. Layers of sound waves radiated out, wiping out all life in a range of 100 kilometers with devastating power. In a cave that had been reinforced by a special energy, a huge shadow suddenly flashed and disappeared. It appeared outside as if it had teleported. It was an extremely huge, gray tiger that was 100 meters long. It also had a third eye on its forehead, but it was tightly shut. Only a slit could be seen. In terms of appearance, the tiger was basically the same as the one Jianchen had killed before. The only difference was that the difference in size and strength was just too great. The giant tiger's body trembled, and a terrifying power erupted from its body. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the sky, and several mountains were directly shaken by this power and collapsed. Its eyes were filled with fury and hatred as it stared in Jianchen's direction. Even though it was millions of kilometers away, it seemed to be able to lock onto Jianchen's presence with great precision. Afterwards, it leapt up, and the space there immediately exploded. The entire region shook violently and distorted. As if it had smashed through space, the infinite prime tiger had already vanished. It rapidly approached Jianchen at a speed that surpassed cruising infinite primes. Its speed was so fast that even if the two places were thousands of miles apart, it wouldn't take too much time. In just a few breaths of time, the tiger's tremendous aura had appeared within the range of Jianchen's spiritual sense. It was moving at a speed of several thousand kilometers per second, or even several tens of thousands of kilometers. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come here yourself. Tens of thousands of miles away, Jianchen, who had sensed the movement of the giant tiger, murmured to himself. He remained calm as he glanced at the large group 100 miles away. Then, he controlled the giant eagle to fly towards the giant tiger at full speed without hesitation. He needed to intercept the primordial realm life-devouring beast far enough away from the group. The condor flapped its wings and flew at full speed in the sky. Around its body, the space was constantly twisting as if it was being folded. This made the condor fly at a speed over 100 times faster than its original speed. On the other side, the huge group of prodigies from the various peak clans rapidly advanced through the forest. All of them maintained a high level of vigilance, guarding against the sudden sneak attacks of life-devouring beasts. None of them, including Jin Hong, sensed that a terrifying primordial realm life-devouring beast was currently charging in their direction. He Qianqian stood at the very front of the group with the prodigies. From time to time, she would take out the divine hall Jianchen had given her and carefully sense it. She used the sliver of soul in there to confirm whether Jianchen was still alive or not. He Qianqian could not help but let out a sigh of relief when she sensed that the sliver of power from Jianchen's soul was still in there. At the very least, she knew that Jianchen was still alive. However, she seemed to realize something soon afterwards, and she could not help but worry again. She thought, we've already traveled for so long. We're already far away from where we parted. Yang Yutian, I wonder if you can still catch up to us after such a long distance. He Qianshan, is the power of Yang Yutian's soul still present? Suddenly, Jin Hong looked back at He Qianshan and asked secretly. He Qianshan nodded and said nothing. Jin Hong could not help but smile when he saw that. He said, I was right. Yang Yutian really isn't someone who dies so easily. I think it shouldn't be difficult for him to catch up to us with his laws of space. It's all thanks to fellow Yang Yutian's sacrifice that we were able to escape this time. He lured the life-devouring beast king away without any regard for his own safety, so he must have gone through a life-threatening situation. If I can still see fellow Yang Yutian after we leave Two World Mountain, I'll have to properly thank him for the rest of my life, said a prodigy from the Emperor Lotus Sword sect. Fellow Yang Yutian is heroic and courageous. In order to buy enough time for us, he did not hesitate to put himself in danger, facing the late Divine King Realm Life-Devouring Beast King all by himself. I, Guang Wanhua, admire him from the bottom of my heart. I have to properly befriend a friend like him, said Guang Wanhua from the Crimson Light clan with sincere admiration. Many of them had been moved by Jianshan's selflessness. They all felt like they owed Jianshan a huge favor for being able to escape, so they all felt grateful. Of course, not everyone was like that. There were also a small number of people who did not care. They looked down on Jianshan's identity as an independent cultivator from the bottom of their hearts. They believed themselves to be of noble status, so it was only right for independent cultivators or servants to do something like risking their lives. I think you've overestimated Yang Yutian. He can temporarily escape the life-devouring Beast King's pursuit by relying on the laws of space, but don't forget that using the laws of space exhausts the power of his soul. The power of his soul is not like origin energy that can be recovered by absorbing divine crystals. Once Yang Yutian's soul is exhausted, it'll probably be his doomsday. Hearing everyone's praise, Gong Rui, who had a grudge against Jianshan in his heart, felt indignant and said coldly, That's right. In my opinion, even if that Yang Yutian is still alive, he's struggling on the verge of death. Right now, he's probably running around Two World Mountain like a dog. Not to mention looking at him in the future, it won't be long before he'll be sucked dry by the life-devouring Beast King like those dead death warriors. Chu Jie also spoke, his tone vicious. Chu Jie, shut your mouth. Don't forget that the reason we were able to escape from the life-devouring Beast King was all because of Yang Yutian. Speaking of which, he has saved all of us once. He Qianshan's face sank as she glared at Chu Jie. Saved all of us? Is he even worthy? Chu Jie disdained. At this moment, a tiger's roar vaguely rang out from the distant horizon. Accompanying it was a pulse of energy and pressure that originated from an unknown distance away. Although the energy wave and pressure had become inaudible after crossing a long distance, there were many experienced and knowledgeable people among the geniuses present. They instantly felt a power from the faint pressure that was different from that of a godly state expert. The primordial realm. It's the primordial realm. Oh no, it's the pressure of the primordial realm. Ping Yixing's face suddenly changed. He had come into contact with many primordial realm experts in his sect, so he had an extremely deep impression of their unique presence and power. It's the life-devouring beast. It's the furious roar of a primordial realm life-devouring beast. There's a primordial realm expert fighting in the distance. Immediately, everyone's faces changed, as they were unable to put up any resistance against the primordial realm life-devouring beast. The formation formed from the Divine King Death Warriors was unable to display any advantage at all. With the strength of the primordial realm life-devouring beast and its terrifying ability to devour life force, even if they remained several kilometers away or even several dozen kilometers away from the primordial realm life-devouring beast, their life force would be sucked dry in an extremely short amount of time. Chapter 2773. It looks like there are two primordial realm life-devouring beasts fighting. If that's the case, we don't have to worry too much, that's right. Although primordial realm life-devouring beasts can sense extremely far away, they need to devote all their attention to the battle since they encounter opponents of the same level. It's impossible for them to discover us so far away. Some of the Sky Prides noticed something amiss from the subtle energy fluctuations, and their panicked expressions immediately became much calmer. Because they had already concluded that the primordial realm life-devouring beasts that appeared in the distance would not pose any threat to them for now, nor would they encounter them in Two-World Mountain. When two experts engage in an intense battle, one of them will definitely be injured or even injured. Do you think we should go over and observe the situation? We might even be able to pick up a great deal. The flesh and blood of a primordial realm life-devouring beast is a priceless treasure. Suddenly, a prodigy said as excitement and greed filled his eyes. The faces of the others immediately darkened when they heard that. They stared at the person who had spoken with ill intent. They did not even have the time to avoid the primordial realm life-devouring beast, yet there was actually someone who was fearless enough to approach it. He was basically tired of living. Of course, not everyone was like that. There were a few prodigies whose eyes lit up. They thought that nothing ventured, nothing gained, and they said, "That's a good idea." Although the primordial realm life-devouring beast's ability to devour life force is extremely great, there's a limit to it. As long as we stay away from it, its ability to devour life force won't be able to do anything to us. Moreover, they've all met their opponents and are focused on fighting. Their perception of their surroundings has been reduced to the lowest, so they won't be able to discover us. Everyone, think about it. Just how valuable is the flesh and blood of a primordial realm life-devouring beast? If you add a little flesh and blood of a primordial realm life-devouring beast into a high-grade pill, both the pill's quality and effects will increase by 30%. Once a divine pill reaches the rank of high-grade, it is already priceless. If its medicinal strength is increased by a little on this basis, I believe everyone is very clear in their hearts how precious it is. Wealth comes from danger. What's in front of us is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The prodigies who coveted the primordial realm life-devouring beast's whiskers tried their best to convince everyone to hunt it down. This was because the temptation of the flesh and blood of the primordial realm life-devouring beast was just too great. Although it could not directly increase their strength, if they handed over a portion to the clan, it would be a great contribution. They might even be personally rewarded by the ancestor, and their status in the clan would skyrocket. Although they were all Heaven's Prides from the top clans, some of them didn't necessarily have a high status in their clans. It was only because one of their ancestors held the position of Grand Elder in their clans that they had a certain status in their clans. However, there were plenty of people who had a higher status than them in the younger generation. There were even some supreme prodigies who were valued by the ancestors. Be it cultivation speed or battle prowess, they were not any weaker than them. It was only because they were older than the 1,000-year-old age limit for entering the world of the fallen beast that they missed out on this opportunity. As a result, these people had the chance to enter the world of the fallen beast and perform meritorious deeds for their clans. As a result, some of them were so interested in the flesh and blood of the primordial realm life-devouring beast. The difference between the primordial realm and godhood was a qualitative change. No matter how much flesh they obtained from God King life-devouring beasts, it was nowhere close to a finger-sized piece of primordial realm life-devouring beast meat. The light in He Qianqian's eyes flickered as well. She hesitated. Clearly, she was rather tempted. This was because the heavenly Crane Divine Hall was in great need of the primordial realm life-devouring beast's flesh and blood. They were not using it to refine high-grade pills. Instead, they were using it to refine supreme-grade pills, which were of an even higher grade, for an important figure to consume. The He ancestor still hasn't recovered from his wounds in the past. Regular supreme-grade pills won't be of much use to his wounds. Only by adding some flesh and blood of the primordial realm life-devouring beast into the supreme grade pills will the pills become even more effective. Only then might it be of some help to the He ancestor, thought He Qianqian. She understood that the life-devouring beasts could be said to have been created by grand exalts of the Wood Spirit clan. They possessed a shred of the laws of the Wood Spirit clan's grand exalt. This was a type of life energy, which was why it was extremely effective when used to refine pills. It could turn something rotten into something wondrous. Young Master Jin Hong, do you think we should take the risk? He Qianqian looked at Jin Hong. She desired some flesh and blood of the primordial realm life-devouring beast very much, so that she could use it to refine supreme-grade pills to heal the He ancestor. Take the risk? I'm certain that as long as we approach that place, we'll all be wiped out. He Qianqian, I see that you're rather calm normally. Why have you become so muddle-headed now? Jin Hong snorted coldly. He looked at the people whose eyes lit up with a sunken gaze and said sternly, Don't say that I didn't warn you. The life-devouring beast is not a cultivator. It's an infinite prime on the brink of death. If you work together, you might be able to threaten it. However, even if an infinite prime's life is hanging by a thread, it can still absorb all of your energy from several hundred kilometers away. If you dare to approach it, I can guarantee that you'll die before you even see the primordial realm life-devouring beast. That's all I've said. Do your best. If you still want the life-devouring beast, I, Jin Hong, won't stop you. With that, Jin Hong left with a few people and a large number of sacrificial warriors. Clearly, he planned on retreating as soon as possible and distancing himself from the primordial realm life-devouring beast. He Qianqian glanced in the direction of the ripples of energy unwillingly. Gritting her teeth, she left with the group as well. As for the prodigies who desired the flesh and blood of the primordial realm life-devouring beast, the burning light in their eyes gradually faded away. They also left with regret and reluctance. Several million kilometers away, Jianchen encountered the primordial realm life-devouring beast along the way. They did not communicate at all. As soon as the primordial realm life-devouring beast saw Jianchen, its eyes burned with hatred as it began to fight with Jianchen. Jianchen hovered in the air as sword light flickered around him. Enveloped by the light, he seemed like a silver ball of light from afar, where only his figure could be seen vaguely. He hovered in the surroundings as he radiated with surging sword chi. With just a raise of his hand, he could direct the sword chi towards the primordial realm life-devouring beast. Everything in the world could be used as a sword in his hand. The primordial realm life-devouring beast's attacks were much more monotonous. It did not know any battle skills or secret techniques, nor did it know any technique. It seemed rather clumsy when it attacked, using its huge claws and sharp teeth to attack. However, it was still at the primordial realm after all. It possessed surging energy, so even though it did not know much about how to use energy, its attacks were extremely shocking every time it struck out. Moreover, it constantly gave off a wondrous suction. The suction was so great that it specialized in devouring life. Even weaker infinite primes would not be able to lock down their life force before it. It would constantly devour it. This primordial realm life-devouring beast is roughly on the level of a third heavenly layer infinite prime, but I'll need a fourth heavenly layer expert at the very least to defeat it. As for third heavenly layer experts, they'll struggle to lock down their life force before it, Jianchen thought as he became rather stern. This was because he could vaguely sense his life force being devoured when he faced the life-devouring beast with his current cultivation. He could only protect himself with everything he had, casting down 2 layers of protection with chaotic force and the laws of the sword. Only then could he prevent his life force from leaking out. His battle prowess had completely surpassed the life-devouring beast. In the past, he could even kill 9th heavenly layer infinite primes with the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. Even without the 9-star sword of heavenly ways, his battle prowess had plummeted, but he was still an expert among infinite primes. Chapter 2774. As a result, the primordial realm life-devouring beast's unique ability to devour life force was enough to affect Jianchen to a certain extent. With my current strength, I can kill 6th heavenly layer infinite primes even without the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. However, if I come across a 6th heavenly layer infinite prime life-devouring beast in Two-World Mountain, I'll probably be the one to lose, Jianchen thought. Among the life-devouring beasts he had come across before, the strongest was only a peak divine king. To Jianchen, who had comprehended the ultimate way of the sword, no matter how extraordinary the divine king was, they were no different from ants. He could slay them with a single thought with the will of his ultimate way of the sword. As a result, he had never clearly understood the strength of life-devouring beasts. Only now, when he personally faced a primordial realm life-devouring beast, did he truly understand just how difficult it was to deal with. Just a 3rd heavenly layer infinite prime life-devouring beast required him to use his full strength to seal off his life force. If he encountered a 4th heavenly layer or 5th heavenly layer infinite prime life-devouring beast, would he still be able to seal off his life force? Once he could not seal off his life force would drain away as he fought. Even if the life force of primordial realm experts was extremely abundant, they would not be able to endure it after a long battle. Moreover, life-devouring beasts would constantly increase their strength as they devoured life force. As a result, they would become even more difficult to deal with. Infinite Prime is the highest realm of cultivation in this world. No one should have killed an infinite prime life-devouring beast yet. If I kill this life-devouring beast and take its corpse back to the saint's world, it should be extremely valuable, Jianchen thought to himself. Jianchen's eyes gradually lit up as he stared at the primordial realm life-devouring beast that constantly attacked. He began to scheme inside. He had long heard that the life-sucking beast's flesh was an excellent material to refine all kinds of divine pellet. As long as a little bit of the life-sucking beast's flesh was added to the divine pellet, it would greatly enhance the efficacy of the divine pellet. Now that the Tianyuan family had developed to a certain scale, they had also begun to set up the alchemy hall. It could be expected that in the future, there would be a large number of divine pills of various ranks coming out from the Tianyuan family's alchemy hall, and the life-sucking beast meat that could enhance the medicinal efficacy of these pills was exactly what the Tianyuan family needed. When he thought up to there, cold killing intent suddenly appeared in Jianchen's eyes. He did not plan on killing the primordial realm life-devouring beast in the beginning. He only wanted to stop it from posing a threat to the group. Now that he understood the value of the primordial realm life-devouring beast, he immediately changed his mind. Deafening booms rang out incessantly in the mountain forest. Powerful energy waves wreaked havoc in the surroundings, raising everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers to the ground. All the vegetation was either uprooted from the ground and sent flying into the distance or turned to ash in the terrifying storm. Huge craters appeared on the ground one after another. Countless cracks crisscrossed together, forming a chasm that was as dense as a spider's web. This was all caused by the primordial realm life-devouring beast. Every single strike from it possessed tremendous power, enough to shatter the surroundings. With a swipe of its huge claws, huge craters would appear. With a swing of its tail, powerful energy would strike the ground, creating huge trenches that spanned several dozen kilometers. The entire forest had been reduced to a mess under its crazy attack. Countless life-devouring beasts fled into the distance in a panic. Several hundred kilometers away, the condor Jianchen had subdued spread its wings and fled frantically. Its eyes were filled with fear as if it had been greatly frightened. Jianchen flickered in and out of existence on the battlefield. Every time he appeared, he would move around like he was teleporting, dodging the life-devouring beast's attacks with ease and ease. With his current strength and the assistance of the laws of space, if he wanted to, the life-devouring beast would never be able to touch Jianshan's clothes, even if it spent its entire life attacking him. Thump! An explosion rang out in the air as a black figure tore through the air. It shot toward Jianshan with lightning speed. This was the tail of a primordial realm life-devouring beast. The huge tail was several dozen meters long and flickered with the light of energy. As it swung over, the tail extended endlessly, reaching over 1,000 meters in a single instance. Jianshan did not take an attack like this seriously. He had dodged it several times before. However, this time, he did not dodge like before. Instead, he hovered in the air with one hand behind his back as killing intent surged in his eyes. Just as the huge tiger tail was about to hit his body, he suddenly waved his right hand toward the sky. Suddenly, an extremely dazzling streak of white light shot out with a swish, turning into a huge strand of sword chi. It shone with dazzling light as it directly slashed towards the life-devouring beast's tail. The sword chi was extremely fast, so fast that it was indescribable. It seemed to have transcended time and space, completely unaffected by the restrictions of space and distance. In just a flash, it flashed past the tiger's tail with lightning speed. The powerful tail of the primordial realm life-devouring beast was as fragile as paper before the sword chi. As the sword chi passed by, the tail was severed as well. Suddenly, a huge tail fell from the sky. It was 200 to 300 meters long and 10 feet thick. It fell to the ground like a small city wall. The tail was a portion of the primordial realm life-devouring beast's flesh. It was a precious item that many prodigies desired, but none of them possessed the ability to obtain. Now, it had been cut down so easily by Jianshan, lying on the ground silently. A space ring immediately flew out from Jianshan's hand, collecting the tail. The flesh of a primordial realm life-devouring beast was not as cheap as the flesh of a godhood life-devouring beast. He could not waste any of it. On the other side, the primordial realm life-devouring beast could not help but wail out from the intense pain of having its tail severed. Its voice was deep, but it was filled with madness after the pain. Not only did the wound fail to make it fear Jianshan at all, but it had instead roused its bestial nature, making it even crazier and more bloodthirsty. It produced a great roar and bared its sharp fangs, biting towards Jianshan. At the same time, the surging life force in its body also surged wildly. The broken tail was actually growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Jianshan formed a sword with his fingers, and a resplendent strand of sword chi shot out. Like a streak of light, it directly entered the primordial realm life-devouring beast's mouth, piercing through its entire body and leaving behind a fist-sized hole. Wounds like this were not light wounds to other cultivators, but they were nothing to the primordial realm life-devouring beast that possessed tremendous life force. It was no different from an itch. Under the healing power of the enormous life force in its body, the injuries on its body were quickly healed. Its recovery rate was so great that even Jianshan's chaotic body paled in comparison. What powerful life force! This life force has reached an extremely high level, Jianshan sighed in amazement. Even Jianshan could not help but sigh in amazement when he saw this. However, he was not surprised, as he knew that the two-world mountain and the life-devouring beast in it could be said to have been created by the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit clan. Killing this primordial realm life-devouring beast is no longer as easy as killing the godhood life-devouring beasts, nor can I sever all of its life force with a single strike. I need to completely destroy it with absolute power, and at a speed that far exceeds its recovery rate. I have to cut it into pieces and seal the pieces one by one. Only then can I kill it, Jianshan thought. Although it was possible to kill the life-devouring beast by exhausting all of its life force, the primordial realm life-devouring beast was extremely precious. Life-devouring beasts were precious because of the pure and tremendous life force within them. Chapter 2775. A large part of the reason why the sacrificial warriors were able to kill the life-devouring beasts in the large-scale battles before was because the life-devouring beasts were just too heavily injured. Their ability to devour life force could not keep up with the rate at which it was drained away. In the end, all the life force within them was forcefully drained, and they died. Although the life-devouring beasts that died like this still possessed some life force, which could be used to refine pills, its effects were naturally much worse than flesh and blood that possessed complete life force. However, primordial realm life-devouring beasts were different from godhood life-devouring beasts. There were plenty of godhood life-devouring beasts, so Jianshan did not care whether a godhood life-devouring beast had enough life force or not. However, Jianshan treated primordial realm life-devouring beasts like treasures, so he naturally wanted to preserve their life force as much as possible. It looks like I need to end the battle as soon as possible. Moreover, in order to prevent its life force from draining away too much, I can't let it suffer too many wounds. I need to injure it severely every time it's injured. Only then will I be able to kill it in the shortest amount of time possible, Jianshan thought. He looked at the primordial realm life-devouring beast's tail that had regrown. He knew that if he continued to cut off its tail, claw, and limb, it would become so crippled that it would not be able to use them anymore. The primordial realm life-devouring beast's regeneration ability was just too great. It could regrow its limbs in just a few seconds, but every time it did so, it would consume its life force. This was not the result that Jianshan wanted. It looks like I can only use that move if I want to end the battle quickly. Jianshan dodged the ball of energy that the primordial realm life-devouring beast spat out. His eyes suddenly sharpened, and a resplendent, silver-white sword chi slowly surged out from his right hand. The sword chi was no longer as simple as just sword chi. The power of ways circulated within it, gathering the power of strands of the laws of the sword. It was much more powerful than any of the attacks that Jianshan had launched before. He gently swung the sword chi in his hand forward. With that, the sword chi in his hand vanished along with half of his arm. It was as if he had completely fused with space, becoming one with it. In the next moment, the primordial realm life-devouring beast suddenly began to tremble violently. Its eyes were filled with pain, and it could not help but produce a heart-wrenching cry. Its colossal body fell to the ground loudly with a heavy thud, causing the ground to shake violently. Just as it fell to the ground, a dazzling white light suddenly shone from its huge body. The white light grew stronger from its body, as if it was trying to penetrate the life-sucking beast's powerful body from the inside. The primordial realm life-devouring beast constantly cried out in pain as its huge body trembled violently. Powerful life force erupted from its body, enveloping it completely. It seemed like it had suffered extremely heavy injuries. This process only lasted for a few seconds. Finally, the dazzling white light from the life-devouring beast broke out. It was like the sun at dawn, shining brightly. Every single ray of light seemed to be composed of sharp blades. Wherever the light passed by, the primordial realm life-devouring beast's tough body would be sliced apart. Immediately, the primordial realm life-devouring beast's colossal body became riddled with holes as if it had been struck thousands of times. It was covered in wounds of various sizes. There were so many wounds that its body was on the verge of falling apart. Only a few pieces of flesh that were still connected to its body kept it from falling apart. This move was a secret technique that Jianshan had comprehended himself, the shadowless lethal sword. The shadowless lethal sword was the result of the laws of the sword and the laws of space. It could ignore distance and obstructions, directly penetrating the enemy's body and attacking them from the inside out. The move was so powerful that Jianshan had directly killed a 9th Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime with the 9-star Sword of Heavenly Ways in the past. Although he no longer possessed the 9-star Sword of Heavenly Ways, and the power of the shadowless lethal sword had weakened, it was more than enough to deal with a 3rd Heavenly Layer Infinite Prime. As a result, The primordial realm life-devouring beast's life was hanging by a thread. It was basically on the brink of death. If it were not for its tenacious vitality, any other primordial realm expert probably would have died from such a powerful attack. However, in the next moment, the primordial realm life-devouring beast struggled to its feet. Its body was surrounded by a dense life force. Under the cover of this life force, the injuries on its body were rapidly recovering. "I can't let you waste the life force like this," Jianchen murmured. He felt a faint sense of dizziness in his head. He understood that he could not use the shadowless lethal sword too frequently. The more powerful a battle skill or secret technique was, the more energy it took to use it. Even Grand Primes would not be able to endure some peak God-tier battle skills. Since the shadowless lethal sword was so powerful, the price to use it would naturally be quite high. With a flash, Jianchen arrived before the primordial realm life-devouring beast in a single moment. Powerful sword chi swept past its back. The primordial realm life-devouring beast's body was already on the brink of collapse. Most of its flesh had been cut up, and it was only connected by a small amount of flesh. Now that Jianchen's attack had struck it, it was immediately cleaved in half. Jianchen's arm shook violently, and the sword condensed from sword chi suddenly shot out as a blur. It immediately cut the life-devouring beast's colossal lower half into several hundred pieces of flesh of various sizes. Afterwards, chaotic force shot out from his hand and sealed up the pieces of flesh, severing the connection between them so that the life force within could not leak away. At the same time, it prevented the pieces of flesh from reassembling. After the pieces of flesh were sealed up, the primordial realm life-devouring beast immediately lost its ability to sense the pieces of flesh. This finally made it feel a sliver of fear, as well as fury. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation spread out. Under the threat of death, the tightly shut vertical eye at the center of its brows slowly opened. The vertical eye did not open very quickly, but as it did, a pulse of energy that completely exceeded the life-devouring beast's cultivation erupted from the eye. It turned its head, and its third eye immediately locked onto Jianchen. A streak of dark green light shot out with unimaginable speed. Jianchen immediately sensed a powerful binding force in the empty space. However, the binding force was nothing to him with his current battle prowess. Only the dark green pillar of light that shot towards him had piqued his interest. The power of this vertical eye is already equivalent to a fifth heavenly layer infinite prime. It's basically a heaven-defying trump card among the primordial realm. Jianchen waved his hand and shot out a strand of sword chi, dispersing the streak of dark green light. With his current battle prowess, he could kill sixth heavenly layer infinite primes even without using the 9-star sword of heavenly ways. Attacks from fifth heavenly layer infinite primes were naturally unable to threaten him. After using this trump card, the primordial realm life-devouring beast became haggard. Clearly, it had paid a great price to use this move. Jianchen used this opportunity and immediately attacked with his full strength. A strand of white sword chi swept past the life-devouring beast's forehead, cleaving the upper half of its body into two. The primordial realm life-devouring beast had completely lost the ability to fight back now. Even its powerful life force was useless. It was unable to heal its wounds. This was because Jianchen's attacks were just too powerful. Every single strike was fatal. Its recovery rate was nowhere near as fast as Jianchen's destruction. Chapter 2776. Infinite primes are peak battle prowess in the world of the fallen beast, and there are only a handful of experts who can kill primordial realm life-devouring beasts. I wonder how many primordial realm life-devouring beasts have died to me? It's also possible that it's the first primordial realm life-devouring beast to die in the world of the fallen beast. If that's really the case, its flesh and blood will truly be priceless in the outside world. Jianchen observed the tremendous pile of flesh and blood that filled an entire space ring with satisfaction as he secretly calculated. He did not lack wealth, as he had obtained the tremendous wealth of a peak sect when he destroyed the Gloomwater sect. Afterwards, the Cloud Plane fell into chaos. After that, he obtained a portion of the Four Symbols Alliance's wealth. As a matter of fact, Jianshin also obtained a portion of the resources in the space rings of the Grand Primes slain by his seniors. The resources of Grand Primes were so tremendous that regular cultivators could not even begin to imagine them. The heritage that a peak organization had accumulated over many years was also unbelievably vast. With so much wealth on Jianshin, even if it was used to support the Tianyuan family, it would be enough to last the Tianyuan family for several tens of thousand years. As a result, he did not lack cultivation resources or wealth. He did not plan on selling the flesh and blood of the primordial realm life-devouring beast. Instead, he planned on leaving it for the Tianyuan family. The value and rarity of pills refined from the flesh and blood of primordial realm life-devouring beasts went without saying. No organization would complain about having too many pills that could increase their effectiveness by 30%. However, I still need to clean up this battlefield. I need to disguise it as a battle between two primordial realm life-devouring beasts. Otherwise, if the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race discover the abnormalities here, they'll immediately realize that primordial realm experts have entered this place with their intelligence. If they become vigilant, it'll be detrimental to my plans. Jianshin scanned the battlefield that stretched for several dozen kilometers. The light in his eyes flickered a few times before he immediately began to clean up, arrange, and disguise the traces left behind by the laws of the sword. Moreover, he had forcefully disturbed the space there with his comprehension of the laws of space. As a result, even if the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race used their temporal reversal techniques, they would not be able to see anything. That was unless they were powerful chaotic primes or even grand primes. Only experts like that would be able to find some traces in the space that Jianshin had disrupted. Although it was unlikely for the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race to appear in the central region of Two-World Mountain, Jianshin could not help but prepare for the worst. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jianshin carefully inspected it again. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he left the place. Several thousand kilometers away, the condor that Jianshin had subdued had already folded up its wings. It stood high on a tree as it stared in the direction of the battle between Jianshin and the primordial realm life-devouring beast without blinking. As a late divine king life-devouring beast king, the condor possessed a certain level of intelligence. It deeply understood the power of the primordial realm life-devouring beast. In its mind, the life-devouring beast was the ruler of the mountain forest, the ruler. It was a truly supreme existence, so powerful that it could not be defeated. Now that the human was engaged in an intense battle with the ruler of the mountain forest, the condor seemed to want to see whether the similarly powerful human was the ruler's opponent or not. However, due to the ruler's terrifying pressure, the condor was afraid of the ruler's terrifying pressure. As a result, the condor retreated to several thousand kilometers away out of fear of being affected or displeased by the ruler. Coupled with the fact that it was obstructed by layers of mist, it was unable to see anything on the battlefield. It could only sense the pulses of energy that were so powerful that it made its heart palpitate from afar. It could also hear the furious roars and even miserable cries from the ruler from time to time. You actually haven't gone very far. Are you waiting here for my triumphant return? Just as the condor focused on the battle between Jianshin and the primordial realm life-devouring beast, a rather familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind it. Immediately after, the eagle sensed that there was a person on its back without a sound. This person was Jianshin. Jianshin had used his wondrous laws of space to appear on the condor's back like he had teleported there. Jianshin's appearance seemed to scare the condor quite a bit. Its huge body suddenly shuddered, and the violent shuddering caused quite a few leaves on the tree below it to fall off. It almost lost its footing and fell down. Fortunately, it managed to flap its wings in time to stabilize itself. The eagle's head suddenly made a 180-degree turn. It stared at the living figure standing on its back. This human had returned, but the supreme ruler of this forest had not made a move. Although the eagle's intelligence was not high, it was not too stupid. The scene in front of it had already made it realize something, which made its heart tremble even more. Jianchen looked at the condor that had turned its head towards him and could not help but smile. "It looks like you're already used to being my mount. Whatever, I won't mistreat you. Once I leave here in a few days, I'll give you a great fortune." With that, Jianchen stomped his foot gently. The condor understood and immediately flapped its huge wings without any hesitation. It kicked up a fierce gust of wind and flew off into the distance. It was much more obedient than before. For the next few days, Jianchen rode the condor and hid in the shadows, continuing to clear obstacles for the group. He played the role of a guardian that no one knew about. Of course, he did not clear out all the life-sucking beasts along the way. He only cleared out some of the stronger ones that could slow down the group. In order to prevent the more vigilant members of the group from seeing through his disguise, he even took the initiative to release some of the weaker life-sucking beasts to reduce their suspicions. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. On this day, Jianchen, who was lying lazily on the condor's back with his eyes closed and resting, seemed to have discovered something. His eyes abruptly opened and his body shot up, staring into the distance with bright eyes. Every once in a while, he would spread out his divine sense to scan the surroundings, observing if there were any life-sucking beasts that could pose a threat to the group. Just now, when he spread out his divine sense again, he discovered that the thick fog several million kilometers away had actually thinned out. This phenomenon immediately made Jianchen understand that they were about to leave Two-World Mountain. This immediately made Jianchen extremely excited. He immediately used the law of space to leave this place. His body flickered through the forest, crossing 1,000,000 kilometers with every flicker. In just a few flashes, he had already appeared several million kilometers away, in the area where the thick fog had thinned out. In this area, Jianchen could clearly feel that the fog's influence on his divine sense was getting smaller and smaller. He immediately spread out his divine sense with all his might. In just a short moment, the range of his divine sense had already exceeded the limit of 10 million kilometers in the thick fog, reaching 15 million kilometers. And this was not the end. His divine sense continued to spread, covering an increasingly large area. 18 million kilometers, 20 million kilometers, 25 million kilometers, 30 million kilometers. In the end, Jianchen's divine sense reached its limit when it reached 38 million kilometers. Compared to when it was in the thick fog, it was almost 4 times stronger. Of course, this was not the limit of an infinite prime. The senses of a grand prime's soul could easily envelop an entire plane or even surpass an entire plane. The divine sense of a chaotic prime could envelop an entire region, which was equivalent to 1/5 of an entire plane. How large was a region? It was measured in hundreds of millions of kilometers, and that was just a unit of measurement. Although infinite primes were not as powerful as chaotic primes, the divine sense of an infinite prime was still able to envelop more than 40 million kilometers under normal circumstances. Moreover, Jiache's soul was no ordinary soul. Chapter 2777. I wonder if the suppression of the senses of the soul only affects outsiders like us or if it affects everyone, including the Dark Star race, Jianchen thought. Aside from that, the laws here don't have the smoothness they have in the saints' world when they circulate. If I fight here, the consumption of the power of laws will be half as great as when I was in the Two-World Mountain. Jianchen closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. He could not help but frown. The power of laws consumed the power of the soul. If he fought here, the consumption of the power of the soul would be much faster than outside. He discovered that the restriction on him had increased after leaving the Two-World Mountain. The 100 Saints City is actually here. 10 million kilometers away from the Two-World Mountain, Jianshan finally discovered the 100 Saints City that the group behind him was searching for. He had learnt a little about the origins of the 100 Saints City from He Qianqian before. It was a city that had been created by the combined efforts of many peak organizations in the Saints world, expending tremendous wealth and resources. It had taken many years to construct. The city was the main base of the peak organizations in the world of the Fallen Beast. It was their only base of operations in the world of the Fallen Beast. Not only was it a shelter, but it was also a place for trading. Due to the unique environment of the world of the Fallen Beast, many rare items that could not be found in the Saints' world were produced. Some of the resources there were even things that the peak clans of the Saints' world could not ignore. In particular, the flesh and blood of life-devouring beasts were extremely precious. By the same logic, there were many cultivation resources and various heavenly resources that the Darkstar race needed in the Saints' world. Many of these resources could not be produced in the world of the Fallen Beast. They could only be transported from the outside world. As a result, the 100 Saints City became a place for trading between the various races of the Saints' world and the Darkstar race. The people of the two worlds exchanged items here, taking what they needed. At this moment, when Jian Chun truly saw the 100 Saints City, he was slightly shocked. This was because the 100 Saints City was not as simple as a city. He could tell with a single glance that the city was actually a god artifact with the powerful senses of his soul. A divine artifact that had reached the pinnacle of low grade and was just a step away from becoming a medium-grade divine artifact. If it were just a low-quality god artifact, it would not have affected Jianshan. What truly broadened his horizons was that the low-quality god artifact in the 100 Saints City was actually forged from several 100,000 or even over 1,000,000 high-quality and supreme-quality saint artifacts. No, this was not because it was forged, but because it was pieced together and assembled. The majestic city gate of the 100 Saints City was a single supreme-grade saint artifact just by the door frame. As for the two huge door panels, each of them was a supreme-grade divine artifact. The tower above the city gate was formed by over a dozen supreme-quality saint artifacts connected together. Every single brick on the long wall was a high-quality saint artifact. So many high-quality saint artifacts and supreme-quality saint artifacts were linked together through a formation, allowing their powers to connect. They became a perfect whole, transforming into a god artifact. Of course, it was not a true god artifact. It just possessed all the power of a god artifact. The uncanny craftsmanship allowed the city, which had been assembled from so many saint artifacts, to fuse together perfectly. It was like a true whole, without any flaws at all. It simply looked like a beautiful piece of art. With so many saint artifacts brought in from the outside world, as long as they are placed in an accurate location, the power of all the saint artifacts can be gathered together and transformed into a god artifact. What a huge arm and what an ingenious method of forging artifact. The person who forged this city really has reached the peak of comprehension in forging artifact. Jianshan could not help but sigh in amazement. Under the circumstances where god artifacts could not be brought in, they were actually able to create a divine city through such a method. He was filled with admiration. With the protection of such a powerful city, even if there were no primordial realm experts among the disciples of the various peak clans who came from the Saints' world, they would still be able to gain a certain amount of authority in the world that belonged to the Darkstar race through a city like this. However, the situation in the 100 Saints City was clearly rather bad right now. Jianshan could clearly see the situation in the city through the senses of his soul from 10 million kilometers away. The 4 gates of the 100 Saints City were closed together. The city walls and the streets and alleys in the city were covered with blood. Many corpses of warriors were lying in pools of blood. There was no breath of life in them. Obviously, they had died. From their attire, these cultivators belonged to various large clans in the Saints' world. They had all been slain mercilessly, reduced to cold corpses. Groups of cultivators in black attire patrolled the streets of the city at all times. They were not humans, and all of them possessed a dark star between their eyebrows. To no surprise, these cultivators were from the Dark Star race. The entire 100 Saints city had already fallen into the hands of the Dark Star race. There were no more disciples from any large organizations. Only a few independent cultivators hid in inns fearfully. Clearly, these independent cultivators were not the targets of the Dark Star race. The Dark Star race has actually grasped a method to control the 100 Saints city, and they possess a primordial realm expert. It looks like it won't be easy for Jin Hong and the others to take back the city. It might even be impossible for them to take it back. Jianchen sighed inside. Even though the various large clans of the Saints' world had sent in many warriors of sacrifice, and the formation formed by them might possess the battle prowess of a primordial realm expert, he did not believe that they were enough to fend off the primordial realm experts of the Dark Star race. There were differences in strength between primordial realm experts. The Dark Star race definitely possessed powerful primordial realm experts, while the formation formed by the warriors of sacrifice was equivalent to a few weak primordial realm experts at most. Without staying for too long, Jianchen withdrew the senses of his soul and returned to the Two-World Mountain. With a few flashes, he returned to the Eagle's Back. Since he had left the Two-World Mountain, he no longer needed them to lead the way. However, the group clearly was not out of danger yet. With their speed, it would take them another 2 or 3 days to make it out of here. I'm about to leave, but you've worked hard as my mount during this time. I once said that I would give you a fortuitous encounter when I leave, Jianchen said calmly as he stood on the eagle's back. He was completely unperturbed. Afterwards, he casually waved his hand, and a large clump of flesh flew out from his space ring. It arrived before the eagle under the protection of an invisible force. This was the flesh of a life-devouring beast, and it was no ordinary life-devouring beast. Instead, it was the primordial realm life-devouring beast he had killed before. Moreover, the flesh was no ordinary piece of flesh either. Instead, it came from the brain of a primordial realm life-devouring beast. This part of the brain was filthy for refining pills. It contained far too many impurities, so the presence of life was much less than other parts. It needed to be refined many times before it could be used. Chapter 2778. As it stared at the lump of flesh that hovered before it, it naturally knew how to understand. The giant condor naturally understood what this was. Its eyes were burning with passion, and its huge beak was constantly opening and closing. Saliva was already flowing out of its mouth. The flesh and blood of a primordial realm beast was not as simple as increasing its strength. Most importantly, it possessed a sliver of the true essence of the primordial realm. If it could absorb the sliver of the true essence of the primordial realm, it would not immediately break through to the next level of cultivation, but it would establish a firm foundation for breaking through to the next major realm of cultivation. The flesh and blood was equivalent to a door to the primordial realm to it. It could allow it to peer into the world and mysteries of the primordial realm. Although it might not actually break through, the one with the greatest chance of breaking through among all the life-devouring beast kings in Two-World Mountain would obviously be the existence that had peeked into the true essence of the primordial realm first. This was because life-devouring beasts were not fighters, nor were they cultivators in the outside world. They possessed a unique cultivation method and a method for breaking through. The eagle stared fixedly at the piece of flesh that Jianchen had tossed to it. Even though it was burning with desire, it was still itching to do so. He was already tempted, but he had some concerns. For a moment, he did not dare to consume the piece of flesh. Instead, he glanced back at Jianchen from time to time as surprise and uncertainty filled his face. Jianshan could tell that the flesh and blood from the primordial realm life-devouring beast's brain was just too precious. The eagle did not seem to believe that Jianshan would be willing to give something so precious to it, which was why it did not dare to eat it. It was as if it was afraid that it would misunderstand and consume the precious flesh by mistake, which would infuriate Jianshan. Jianshan broke into laughter when he saw this. The eagle's head was a little more nimble than he had imagined it to be. It could actually think so much. This is a special reward for you. Eat it. There's no need to be so cautious, Jianshan smiled gently. At the same time, he sent a mental pulse into the eagle's head. This way, it would be easier for the eagle to interpret his meaning. Suddenly, the eagle's eyes lit up. It let out a joyous cry and swallowed the meat in one gulp. Although it was the life-sucking Beast King, which was equivalent to the late-stage Divine King, it had yet to reach the pinnacle of this realm. This lump of flesh would push him to the pinnacle of his current realm in the shortest amount of time. If he took a step further, he would formally reach the primordial realm and become the supreme ruler of the world. After which, Jianshan's silhouette abruptly vanished from the back of the great condor. This time, he had truly left the great condor that had been his mount for 2 years. In the future, they might never meet again. Although I have some understanding of the realm of the fallen beast, this understanding only shows the general framework of the world. Now that the 100 Saints city has changed, the situation in the realm of the fallen beast is naturally changing. It seems that I still need to find a cultivator who stays here for a long time to understand the situation in detail. Jianshan thought. He expanded the senses of his soul. Half of it enveloped Two-World Mountain, while the other half covered the region outside. He immediately discovered many cultivators within the range of his tremendous senses. There were Darkstar clansmen who lived in the realm of the fallen beast, as well as cultivators from other races who had come from the outside world. However, they were basically all engaged in an intense battle. Some of them fought against the life-sucking beast. They wanted to kill the life-sucking beast in the outskirts of Two-World Mountain for its flesh, while some of them fought against the Darkstar clansmen. Basically all the people who hunted the life-sucking beast were independent cultivators or small organizations and organizations that had no connection to the various peak clans that operated the 100 Saint City. Without any exception, the people who fought against the Darkstar clansmen were all people from the peak clans of the Saints' world. I've got it. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately vanished. He did not continue to protect the group. Firstly, he had already left Two-World Mountain, so he no longer needed them to lead the way. Secondly, the group was already close to leaving Two-World Mountain, and there were no powerful life-sucking beasts in the surroundings. Even if there were, they would be weaker and smaller life-sucking beasts. They would not pose any threat to the group. I'll go investigate the current situation of the world of the fallen beast first, and then I'll go find He Qianqian and ask her about the Ice Goddess Hall, Jianshan thought. Through the laws of space, Jianshan moved as quickly as if he had teleported. With a few flashes, he had already arrived several million kilometers away. This was still within the range of Two-World Mountain, but it was only the outermost region. The mist in the air was extremely thin. Of course, the mist here was normal mist. It would not affect them no matter how much they breathed in. It would not be like the depths of Two-World Mountain. Jianshan hovered in the air. He took out a mask from his space ring and placed it on the ground. Ever since he put on the mask, his entire temperament had undergone an earth-shattering change. Not only that, even his figure and face had become completely unfamiliar. The mask was the one Mo Tianyun had left him in the past. The mask was extremely extraordinary. After wearing it, it could completely change a person's bearing and appearance. Even Grand Primes would struggle to see through it. Only 9th Heavenly Layer Grand Primes would be able to see through the mask. However, it just so happened that it did not possess the presence or pulses of energy of a god artifact at all. As a result, it was not considered a god artifact when it passed through the entrance of the world of the fallen beast, which was why Jianshan was able to bring it in without any obstructions. Jianshan turned into a vicious, middle-aged man through the mask. His face and forehead were both covered with claw marks from life-sucking beasts, which made him seem rather vicious. In particular, some cowardly people did not even dare to look him in the eye due to his sharp and bloodthirsty gaze. After transforming, Jianshan flew towards the 100 Saints city at a steady pace. Just when he had traveled 100 kilometers, the sounds of an intense battle rang out from up ahead. Over a dozen people from the Dark Star race were currently pursuing a few cultivators in uniform. These cultivators were clearly disciples of a peak clan in the Saints' world, but they were all covered in wounds and covered in blood. They were quite injured. There were only 8 of them. 2 of them were early Divine King, while the other 6 were all overgods. On the other hand, there were a total of 5 Divine King realm cultivators among the Dark Star people who pursued them, while the rest were late overgods. There were twice as many of them. The 8 disciples of the Peak clans fended off the attacks of the Dark Star people as they fled towards the depths of the Two-World Mountain. Outside the Two-World Mountain was the territory of the Dark Star race. It could be said that the Dark Star race controlled everything outside of the Two-World Mountain. If they wanted to survive, they could only enter the depths of the Two-World Mountain. Although the depths of the Two-World Mountain were filled with danger, there was still a chance of survival at the very least. It was better than dying outside. However, from their current condition, it was clearly very difficult for them to flee to the depths of the Two-World Mountain. Is the 6th Hall Master really going to kill us all? Your actions will only infuriate the clans behind us. Do you know how powerful our clans are in the Saints' world? Even Grand Primes will die if they offend our clans. You puny Dark Star people don't even have a chaotic prime. You're basically courting death by doing this to us. One of the pursued Divine Kings roared out furiously. His cultivation method was extremely extraordinary, and his battle skills were extremely powerful. He used countless secret techniques, blocking the attacks of the 3 Divine Kings by himself. These were the geniuses nurtured by the Peak clans of the Saints' world. Even though their battle prowess was not as great as the Supreme God Kings on the God King's throne, they were still experts among experts of the same level. He Qianqian of the Heavenly Crane Divine Hall, Ping Yisheng of the Emperor Lotus Sword Sect, Sun Ji of the Sun Family, Guang Wanhua of the Crimson Light Clan, and so on. Many of the prodigies behind them were even more powerful than the Divine King. However, they were suppressed by the troublesome life-devouring beast. Haha, don't try to scare us with the Saints' world. If the Grand Primes of your clans really have the ability, tell them to come to the Dark Star world for revenge. If the organization behind you had a Grand Exalt, our entire Dark Star race would definitely treat you as an esteemed guest. Let alone the Hall Masters of the 10 Divine Halls, even our great Dark Star Emperor would personally receive you. It's just a pity that you don't have a Grand Exalt behind you. Since you don't have a Grand Exalt, our Dark Star race is not afraid of you. Don't blame us. It was the 7th Hall Master's idea to kill you. We were only following orders. For the next 1,000 years, the entire Dark Star race will be managed by the 7th Hall Master. It's your fault for offending our 7th Hall Master. The Divine King experts of the Dark Star race all sneered. From their slightly disdainful gazes, it was as if they did not take the foreign organizations seriously at all. This was because they understood that no foreign organization could threaten the Dark Star race in the Dark Star world, as the requirement to enter was that they could not be older than 1,000 years old. Just what level of cultivation could they reach in 1,000 years? Even the most monstrous prodigies would remain at the Divine King realm. Even if they really did break through to the primordial realm, the Dark Star race would not take them seriously. This was because the Dark Star race had more than one primordial realm expert. The Hall Masters of the 10 Divine Halls were all primordial realm experts. They even had the Dark Star Emperor, who had reached the peak of infinite prime. Only organizations with grand exalts could truly make the Dark Star race fear them. They would not dare to offend them, and would even try to befriend them. This was because Grand Exalts could break through the senses and seals of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit and Darkstar Grand Exalt. They could break through this prison with supreme might and allow the Darkstar race to see the light of day again. Do you outsiders really think you can act fearlessly in our Darkstar race just because you have 100 Saints City? Let me tell you the truth. You outsiders are just ants in our eyes. If we're in a bad mood, we can crush you to death however we want. If it weren't for the fact that you can bring us resources that can only be found in the outside world, how can we allow you to touch our sacred land? The final divine king of the Darkstar race said. He did not hide his mockery at all. In your eyes, we outsiders are just ants that you can pinch to death whenever you want to? Who dares to be so arrogant? At this moment, a heavy voice suddenly rang out from the depths of the mist. As soon as he finished speaking, a burly man dressed in animal skin broke through the fog. He maintained a low-altitude flying posture and soon appeared in front of both parties. He was a middle-aged man. He wore beast skins and was barehanded. There was a vicious wound on his face and forehead, and he gave off a valiant presence. He was Jianshan. Chapter 2779. In the Darkstar world, the people of the Darkstar race had never treated these outsiders seriously. They knew that the outsiders were very powerful in the Saints' world, so powerful that they could wipe out the entire Darkstar race with a single breath. However, as long as these people could not enter, they were just paper tigers no matter how powerful they were. As a result, in the eyes of the Darkstar race, the cultivators from the outside world were ants. They could crush them to death if they wanted to. They did not take them seriously at all. As a result, when Jianshan, disguised as a middle-aged man, provoked the Divine King of the Darkstar race, the Divine King immediately flew into a rage. Killing intent filled their eyes, and they did not hide it at all. How dare you, an independent cultivator from the outside world, provoke us? Are you tired of living? The Seventh Hall Master is magnanimous. He's already benevolent by not killing you independent cultivators and small groups, yet you still dare to provoke us recklessly. This is a crime punishable by death. You cannot be forgiven. Immediately kneel down and kowtow before us to admit your wrongs, and we'll leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, we'll cut you into pieces and feed you to the life-devouring beast. The Divine King of the Darkstar race bellowed furiously. They looked at Jianshan as if he was already a dead man. The cultivator from the Peak organization, who was being pursued by the Darkstar race, seemed like a drowning person who had found a life-saving straw. His eyes were filled with joy. Although the 8 of them practiced extraordinary cultivation methods and grasped powerful battle skills, making their battle prowess extremely great, where one of them was an early Divine King, they could take on 3 people at once. However, this was only temporary. At the same time, using these secret techniques and battle skills took an extremely great toll on them. They even had to pay a certain price. As time went on, they would be defeated in the end and die to the hands of the Darkstar race. Now that Jianshan had appeared, the cultivators from the outside world immediately saw a sliver of hope, especially when they sensed the Divine King's presence from Jianshan. This brother, we are Hao Jia's people. Please help us kill the enemy. Our Hao Jia will be very grateful. One of the Divine Kings, Hao Jia, immediately shouted. He had burned his essence blood to use a secret technique to fight 1 against 3, so he had expended a great deal of energy. The origin energy in his body had also been depleted, and he didn't have the time to absorb the energy within the divine crystals to recover. At this moment, he was on the verge of death. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. Even though his chances of victory were still slim with the addition of a Divine King, he could use a secret technique to heavily injure a Divine King as long as he could keep one of the Divine Kings busy. He could even kill one of them, which would increase their chances of escaping. Jianshan remained composed. He only looked at the 5 divine kings of the Dark Star race. He did not pay too much attention to Hao Jia's group. The reason why he had appeared was naturally to save these people. He had never heard of Hao Jia before. The Saints' world had 49 great plains and 81 great planets. Every single place possessed many peak organizations, and some peak organizations did not even establish their sects or clans in those places. Instead, they carved out a region in outer space and converted the planets into their base. As a result, there really were quite a few peak organizations in the Saints' world if they were added together. This was because as long as they possessed a single Grand Prime, they could be regarded as a peak organization. There were so many peak organizations, so it was impossible for Jian Chen to know them all. When the Divine King of Hao Jia announced his identity, he felt rather proud because Hao Jia was a renowned existence across the entire Saints' world. There were very few people who did not know about him. Even in the 100 Saints city, where all the peak organizations of the Saints' world gathered, their Hao Jia possessed an important status. There were very few organizations that dared to disrespect them. As for the independent cultivators, all of them became extremely respectful when they heard that they were Hao Jia. They constantly tried to flatter them. However, when he looked back at Jianchen, he became surprised. This was because he did not see the surprise or shock on Jianchen's face that he had imagined. When they saw Jianchen's indifference, Hao Jia's group became rather surprised. However, he seemed to understand something soon afterward. In the Saints' world, there were many organizations with the name Hao Jia. After all, the Saints' world was just too large, and there were just too many people. It was nothing strange to come across people with the same name. As a matter of fact, there were even some unrelated small organizations and large organizations with the same name in the Dark Star world. We are the Hao Jia of the Prosper Plane. If you assist us, we can even recommend you to join our Hao Jia once we get out of here. On the Prosper Plane, our Hao Jia is a supreme organization that stands above everyone else, the Divine King continued. He seemed to be afraid that an independent cultivator like Jianchen would not understand the strength of their Hao Jia, so he went into even more detail. Now that they were faced with death, he worked extremely hard to rope in Jianchen. Jianchen was originally indifferent, but when he heard the name Prosper Plane, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. He was extremely sensitive to the Prosper Plane because the heavenly palace of Bisheng resided on the Prosper Plane. He still had a lot of merit in the heavenly palace of Bisheng. Jianchen could not help but look at these people. Surprise filled his eyes. He had never thought that these people would actually be from the Prosper Plane. In that case, he would have to save them even if he did not want to. The Divine King of the Dark Star race became rather impatient. One of them called out, "You're about to die, yet you still have so much to say. Tasky, go kill him." Tasky was one of the 5 Divine Kings of the Dark Star race. With that, he immediately abandoned one of the Divine Kings of Hao Jia and charged towards Jianchen. The eyes of the Divine King of Hao Jia who fought against 3 alone lit up. The pressure on him decreased drastically. He immediately said to Jianchen secretly, "Brother, keep him busy for 15 minutes. As his voice faded, the aura on his body rose steadily, and his face became even paler. 15 minutes? There's no need. Jianchen shook his head gently. He could already tell that the Divine King of Hao Jia was burning the power of his soul. Clearly, he was determined to go all out. Idiot, how dare you interfere with the matters of our Dark Star race? Once you die, I'll feed your corpse to the life-devouring beast." To the other side, Tasky had already arrived before Jianchen. He held a 1-meter-long spike and directly stabbed it towards Jianchen's forehead with pulses of energy. Jianchen did not dodge at all. Tasky's spike stabbed into Jianchen's forehead without any obstructions. Oh no, this independent cultivator is done for. Sigh, why is he so weak? He's been killed in a single clash, it's over. I thought he could keep one of them busy, but he can't even withstand a single blow. The faces of Hao Jia's other divine king and the overgod disciples immediately darkened when they saw this. The sliver of hope that had just arisen was extinguished in the blink of an eye. Tasky secretly rejoiced as well. He really is an idiot. I thought he was powerful with the divine king's cultivation, but he can't even withstand a single blow. However, Tasky's face changed very soon. He was shocked. His spike did not penetrate Jianshan's forehead at all. Instead, he felt like he had stabbed into something tough. A powerful force rebounded from the spike, numbing his entire arm. How is this possible? Tasky paled in fright when he saw Jianshan's unscathed head. However, Jianshan did not give him any time to react. He threw a punch. The punch possessed the laws of strength. It was vicious and unstoppable, causing the air to explode. Bang! Chapter 2780. A divine king, even an early divine king, could be regarded as an expert in the world of the fallen beast where only infinite primes reigned supreme. Not only did Jianshan's great strength shock the people from Hao Jia's group, but even the 4 other divine kings from the Darkstar clan widened their eyes as they stared at Stark's headless corpse in disbelief. For a moment, they actually forgot to continue attacking the people from Hao Jia's group. Stark. Why, you killed Stark. Afterwards, the 4 divine king from the Darkstar clan returned to their senses. They were both surprised and furious as they called out at Jianshan. Stark's strength wasn't much different from theirs, but in the end, he was completely annihilated with a single punch. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Didn't this mean that if it was any of the 4 of them, they wouldn't have ended up well either? Immediately, Jianshan's great strength filled the 4 remaining divine king with fear. How is this person so powerful? He killed an early divine king with a single punch. Even late divine kings can't achieve something like that, but his presence is clearly only at mid-divine king. The divine kings from Hao Jia's group were extremely shocked. They could also kill early divine kings from the Darkstar clan in a one-on-one battle, but they definitely would not be able to do it as easily as Jianshan. Fantastic! We're saved. The 6 overgods from Hao Jia's group were extremely excited. If they had seen a sliver of hope to escape with Jianshan's appearance before, they saw hope for victory after Jianshan displayed his strength. They saw hope for killing the 4 divine kings from the Darkstar clan. Senior, please kill them. Our Hao Jia will definitely repay you generously, said a Hao Jia overgod. The expressions of the 4 divine kings from the Darkstar clan were extremely ugly. They looked at one another, and one of them immediately took out a jade talisman in an attempt to send a message and ask for reinforcements. However, Jianshan was even faster than he had imagined. Before he could even activate the jade talisman, Jianshan had already arrived before him. The laws of strength revolved around him as he directly threw a punch. Stop him! The divine kings from the Darkstar clan called out. At this moment, they could no longer pay any attention to the divine king from Hao Jia. All the divine kings immediately gathered together, and 3 of them struck out at the same time. 3 swords intersected as they slashed towards Jianshan with powerful pulses of energy. They covered their companions' call for reinforcements. Jianshan was clearly extremely familiar with the usage of the laws of strength. With a single punch, all the energy around him gathered on his fist. The punch was like a hot knife through butter, colliding with the 3 divine kings' swords fearlessly. Boom! 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 With 3 booms, the 3 high-quality god artifact swords were all knocked back by Jianshan. The great power from his punch even knocked the 3 divine kings a few steps back. After knocking back the 3 god kings, his punch did not stop there. It struck the Darkstar God King who was about to call for help like a hot knife through butter. Spurt! Blood spurted from the mouth of the Divine King as he was blown away. Although he was heavily injured, he did not die. This was because Jianshan was only acting as a mid-divine king. Every bit of strength he displayed had to match his current level of cultivation. If he continued to kill with a single strike, it would be a little too dazzling. Although the battle prowess he had displayed was no weaker than late Divine King, it was still within an acceptable range. This was because it was normal for prodigies to possess the ability to fight above their level of cultivation in the saint's world. Jianchen stomped his foot and shot off like an arrow. He caught up to the Divine King in a single instance and punched out again, shattering his head. The second Divine King had been wiped out. In the blink of an eye, 2 Divine Kings had been wiped out. This shocked Hao Jia, who was burning the power of his soul to use a secret technique. The Divine King could not help but become stunned. Afterwards, Jianchen struck out again and again. The presence of a mid-Divine King erupted as the laws of strength revolved around him. He pushed his strength to the limit with each strike, and each punch would cause the air to explode. He killed another 2 Divine Kings with lightning speed. Only a few seconds had passed since Jianchen struck out. The series of battles had happened as quickly as lightning. The last Divine King of the Dark Star clan was terrified. Fear filled his eyes as he turned around and fled without saying anything. "Where do you think you're going? Kill. Don't let a single one of them go." Hao Jia's 2 Divine Kings immediately chased after him and intercepted the last Divine King of the Dark Star clan. Fighting 2 against 1, they killed the Divine King of the Dark Star clan very soon. The overgods on both sides began to fight as well. Jianchen saw that the outcome had been decided, so he did not continue to fight. Instead, he stood with his arms crossed and looked in the direction of the 100 Saints city. He expanded the senses of his soul into the distance to observe the situation in the 100 Saints city. He secretly calculated. "Thank you for your assistance, brother. If it weren't for you, it would have been very difficult for us to survive," Jianchen said with a smile. At this moment, Hao Jia's 2 Divine Kings and the 6 overgods had all killed off the Dark Star clansmen. They all arrived before Jianchen to thank him. After a simple introduction, Jianchen learnt the names of the 2 Divine Kings. They were Hao Ran and Hao Chun. "May I ask for your name, brother? Since you're so strong, I'm sure you're not a nobody in the realm of the fallen beast." Hao Jia's 2 Divine Kings clasped their fists and asked. Hao Jia's 6 overgods stood beside them. They ate pills to heal as they studied Jianchen with curiosity and admiration. "I'm Gu Qi, a nameless independent cultivator." Jianchen casually made up a name. He glanced past the vicious wounds on Hao Ran and Hao Chun and said, "I've been hunting life-devouring beasts in the Two-World Mountain recently. I have no idea how many years it has been since I last came out. As soon as I came out today, I saw you fighting against the Dark Star clansmen, and I could sense the ripples of energy from the battle from time to time in the distance. Did something happen in the world of the fallen beast while I was in the Two-World Mountain?" Hao Ran and Hao Chun could not help but show admiration when they heard that Jianchen had been in the Two-World Mountain for many years. Even the 6 Hao Jia's overgods behind them showed admiration. Chapter 2781. However, as soon as he thought about the strength Gu Qi had displayed when he killed the Divine Kings of the Dark Star race, Hao Jia and the 2 Divine Kings no longer found it strange. With Gu Qi's strength, as long as he did not venture into the depths of the Two-World Mountains, he basically would not be in any life-threatening danger. Even if he could not win, he could flee. Brother Gu Qi has stayed in the Two-World Mountains for many years, so his understanding of the outside world is probably the same as it was in the past. The current world of the fallen beast, no 100 Saints City, has indeed undergone a shocking change, said Hao Ran sternly. There was some grief and indignation in his voice. A shocking change? May I ask what's going on with the 100 Saints City? Jianchen was surprised. He acted like he knew everything. The 100 Saints City was originally created by the combined efforts of many peak organizations in our Saints world. It was a stronghold in the world of the fallen beast, but half a year ago, the Dark Star race suddenly launched an attack on our 100 Saints City, waging war against several dozen organizations in the city. The Dark Star race is a native expert here. Not only do they have many Divine King experts, but they even have a few Primordial Realm experts. As for us who have entered from the Saints' world, we have to control our ages below 1,000 years. However, even among the peak organizations, the number of people who can reach Divine King level in 1,000 years can be counted on one hand. As a result, even if we gather several dozen peak organizations in the world of the Fallen Beast, we will never be the Darkstar race's opponent. As a result, the 100 Saints City has already fallen into the hands of the Darkstar race. Howran let out a long sigh when he reached there. He looked in the direction of the 100 Saints City with great reluctance. If an organization like the Darkstar race existed in the Saints' world, they would not be taken seriously by Hao Jia at all. Any random great elder from the Hao Jia clan could wipe out the entire Darkstar race. However, this was the world of the Fallen Beast. Even if the Hao Jia clan was very powerful in the Saints' world, they were powerless against the Darkstar race. We've already sent people to ask for reinforcements half a year ago. I wonder when they'll arrive, said Hao Chen as he stared at the tunnel hidden in the depths of the Two-World Mountains. Reinforcement. Hearing that, Howran's face was filled with bitterness. He said with difficulty, "The teleportation formation of the 100 Saints City has already fallen into the hands of the Darkstar race. Even the teleportation formations that lead to the other cities of the Darkstar race have all been shut down. Now, the teleportation formations in the Darkstar race can only be used to transfer between cities. There is no path that leads to the entrance. Even the few secret teleportation formations we set up have all been found and destroyed by the Darkstar race. Don't expect reinforcements. Has the world of the Fallen Beast become so dangerous now? Even large organizations like yours have ended up like this. It looks like I need to be careful in the future. I might not be weak, but I'll still die if I offend the Darkstar race," Jianchen said. "Senior, you just killed the Divine King of the Darkstar race. You've already offended the Darkstar race, so they definitely won't let you go. Senior, why don't you come with us? There's strength in numbers," said a Hao Jia overgod behind Howran. He was hopeful. She was a woman. Her hair was disheveled, and she was in a horrible shape. Her face was covered in blood and mud, so her appearance was no longer visible. However, her voice was clear and rather pleasant. "That's different. Although I killed a member of the Darkstar race, there's no one else here aside from you. Who would know that I killed him?" Jianchen smiled. He did not seem to care at all. Afterwards, he looked at Howran and the others for a while and said, "I don't think you'll leak this matter either. You must be joking, fellow Hao Jia. You've saved our lives. We Hao Jia people always act in an upright manner. We don't let down the world, we don't let down our ancestors, and we don't let down ourselves. How could we do something so ungrateful?" Howran said seriously, "Let's not talk about this anymore. The Divine King of the Darkstar race has died here, so I need to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, it'll be bad if someone sees me. I've always been in the 100 Saints City before, but now that the city has fallen into the hands of the Darkstar race, I won't go there anymore, just in case something happens and I get involved. However, I've only been to the 100 Saints City in the world of the Fallen Beast, so I don't know anything about the other cities. Do you have a map of the world of the Fallen Beast? Can you explain the situation of the other cities to me?" Jianchen asked. Howran naturally had a map of the world of the Fallen Beast. As soon as they heard that Jianchen needed one, they gave one to Jianchen without any hesitation. At the same time, they recorded the situation of the world of the Fallen Beast in a jade slip and gave it to Jianchen. In the end, Howran gave Jianchen a space ring. There were over 1,000,000 supreme grade divine crystals and some heavenly resources in there, but Jianchen declined. He left with the map of the world of the Fallen Beast. "It's a pity that I didn't find any news about Mingdong. I wonder if Howran haven't been out in a long time or if their status is too low, but they don't even know about Mingdong," Jianchen thought. He maintained his presence as a mid-divine king as he flew close to the ground. As he flew at a low altitude, he checked the map and jade slip he had received from Hao Jia. The map and jade slip recorded a lot of information regarding the Darkstar race. There were a total of 38 cities on the map. Aside from the 100 holy cities, the remaining 37 cities were all under the control of the Darkstar race. They were divided into 36 main cities and one royal city. The 36 main cities formed a circle around the imperial city, which was located in the center. From the layout, it seemed to form a huge array. There were different numbers of towns and cities around each main city. The royal city, 36 main cities, and several hundred towns and cities of various sizes. This was the map of the entire Darkstar race. Of course, it did not include the 100 holy cities. From the Jade Slip, Jianshan gained an even more detailed understanding of the overall strength and authority of the Darkstar race. The Darkstar Emperor was a supreme existence within the Darkstar race. He controlled the entire Darkstar world and wielded absolute power over the lives of all the people of the Darkstar race. He was the indisputable ruler. Below the Darkstar Emperor were the 10 Divine Halls. The leaders of the 10 Divine Halls were figures only second to the Darkstar Emperor in the Darkstar world. Every single leader was an infinite prime. The Darkstar Emperor was basically a semi-recluse in the Darkstar world. He rarely interfered with the matters of the Darkstar world. Basically, all the matters of the Darkstar world were handled by the 10 Divine Halls. The authority of the 10 Divine Halls changed every 1,000 years. Every single Divine Hall had authority over the Darkstar world for 1,000 years. During that 1,000 years, the leader of the 7th Hall would be in charge. The Jade Slip gave a rough introduction to the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar world. The Darkstar Emperor and the leaders of the 10 Divine Halls were not the only primordial realm experts in the Darkstar world. Some of the vice leaders were also primordial realm experts. As a matter of fact, some of the city lords of the 36 main cities had even become infinite primes. There were only 5 infinite primes on the Jade Slip. The remaining 31 city lords were all Divine King. At the end, there was an introduction to some of the Divine King in the Darkstar world as well as a few danger zones. Jianshan became rather stern after reading through all that. The Darkstar race was much more powerful than he had imagined. Just the number of infinite primes they had was probably 20. And that was just a conservative estimate. No one knew whether the Jade Slip Hao Jia had recorded all the primordial realm experts. Jianshan did not pay any attention to the Divine King. He had comprehended the ultimate way of the sword. All those below the primordial realm were ant. If Siyu has been captured, he'll probably be in the royal capital. Jianshan locked onto the royal capital on the map. After disguising his presence, he immediately flew towards the nearest main city. The Darkstar world was not particularly large, but it was not small either. If he traveled at full speed, it would not take him very long to cross the entire Darkstar world. However, he had already arrived in the territory of the Darkstar race, so he needed to conceal himself carefully. Even if he was traveling, he could not expose his strength as a primordial realm expert. If he traveled as a mid-divine king, it would take him quite a lot of time. Chapter 2782. Dark Night City was one of the 36 main cities of the Darkstar race. At the same time, it was the city closest to Jianshan. Jianshan finally approached the first city he saw after flying slowly for several hours as a mid-divine king. From afar, Dark Night City did not seem too different from the cities in the Saints' world. It was surrounded by tall walls, and the old walls gave off the presence of time. This majestic city wall had already existed for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. In the distance, Jianshan flew over while maintaining an altitude of 100 meters. He stared at the ancient walls that were filled with the presence of time from afar. He understood that very few large-scale wars would erupt in the Darkstar world. For example, the invasion of cities that could be seen at any time in the Saints' world was basically impossible in the Darkstar race, where the Darkstar Emperor reigned over the entire world. As a result, the walls of the cities of the Darkstar race were basically only symbolic. They did not need to be damaged in battle. At the same time, there was quite a powerful energy within the walls. Although the energy was unable to give the walls extremely powerful defenses, it could prevent them from rotting away with the passage of time. As he approached Dark Night City, the number of cultivators in the surroundings gradually increased. However, most of them were cultivators from the Saints' world. They moved in and out of Dark Night City as if they were extremely busy. Jianchen had already learnt from Haochen and Haoren that all the cities of the Darkstar race prohibited cultivators from flying. As a result, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jianchen landed several kilometers away from Dark Night City and made his way towards the city on foot. However, even with that being the case, he moved extremely quickly. He crossed 100 meters with each step, so he arrived at the gates of Dark Night City in just a short while. Stop. Which clan do you belong to? Why have you come to our Dark Night City? The guard stopped Jianchen. His gaze was extremely sharp as he spoke arrogantly. Even though he knew that Jianchen was a divine king, the guard, who was only an overgod, showed no fear at all. His words were rather provocative. This was because the Darkstar race had never taken the cultivators of the outside world seriously. Regardless of whether they belonged to a peak organization or not, they were the type that could be bullied at any time in their eyes. The reason why the Darkstar clan was so arrogant was because the cultivators from the outside world could never pose a threat to them. Jianchen didn't care about the guard's attitude. He cupped his fists with a smile and said politely, "My name is Jianchen Qi. I don't belong to any sect, just a rogue cultivator. Not long ago, I hunted some life-sucking beasts in the Two-World Mountain Range. This time, I came to Dark Night City specifically to sell the life-sucking beasts. I hope to sell them at a good price in exchange for some cultivation resources." Selling life-sucking beasts? Is that really the case? The guard's eyes lit up. His gaze immediately landed on Jianchen's space ring. He shouted, "Hand over your space ring. Let me see if there's anything wrong with it." "How can I show my space ring to just anyone?" Jianchen frowned as he sighed inside. He felt pity for the cultivators of the outside world. Even a mid-divine king would be troubled by an overgod guard as soon as he entered the city. In the world controlled by the Darkstar race, cultivators of the outside world really did not possess any status at all. "How dare you!" The guard called out, and powerful presences immediately surged out from within the walls. Several dozen guards who were also overgods surged out from within. They surrounded Jianchen aggressively as killing intent filled their eyes. They did not hide it at all. Many cultivators who were entering and leaving the city stopped and looked towards Jianchen. The cultivators from the outside world all showed sympathy, while the Darkstar clansmen seemed like they were watching a show. There was also some slight disdain. "Brother, you can't come into conflict with the people of the Darkstar race, or you'll definitely die. No one will be able to save you. Hand your space ring to them quickly and say some nice words. You have to be more humble, or it'll be very difficult for you," an old voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Without even using the senses of his soul, Jianchen knew that the person who had spoken to him was an old man behind him. He was a peak overgod, and he did not dare to approach them. Clearly, he respected the Darkstar race very much. "Senior, please calm down. You can't come into conflict with the Darkstar race. Sir, the Darkstar race is currently under the control of the 7th Hall. The 7th Hall Master has always been biased against us from the Saints' world. You can't come into conflict with the Darkstar race at a time like this, or even if the Divine King is at his peak. He'll definitely die." A few more messages rang out in Jianchen's head after the old man. They all advised Jianchen to remain calm. Jianchen sighed deeply inside. The advice from the cultivators in the surroundings allowed him to understand even more about the situation of cultivators from the Saints' world in the Darkstar race. Not only was there no status to speak of, but they had even reached a miserable state where they needed to speak meekly and grovel for survival. Even Divine King experts were no different from ordinary people. Whatever. Jianchen removed his space ring and tossed it over. The space ring contained the corpses of 6 overgods and an early God King life-sucking beast. He was currently disguised as a mid-divine king, so it was reasonable for him to kill an early divine king realm life-sucking beast. It did not stand out at all. The soldier accepted Jianchen's space ring and immediately sent the senses of his soul into it. When he discovered the corpses of the life-devouring beasts, he immediately became excited. There are actually 7 corpses of life-devouring beasts, and even the weakest one of them is an overgod. There's even a life-devouring beast that was at least a divine king when it was alive. Heavens, there are actually corpses of divine king-level life-devouring beasts. Corpses of such high-level life-devouring beasts usually only appear in the royal capital. It has already been 100 years since we've seen a corpse of a divine king-level life-devouring beast in Anya City. The soldier's eyes shone brightly, especially when he saw the corpse of the divine king-level life-devouring beast. Undisguised greed filled his eyes. The several dozen overgods in the surroundings saw his expression, and they all beamed with joy. There was also a sliver of eagerness on their faces. "What do you think, Xiaowei?" An overgod soldier could not help but ask. They had known each other for several hundred years, but this was the first time they had seen Xiaowei show such an expression. Xiaowei withdrew the senses of his soul from the space ring rather reluctantly. He beamed with joy and said excitedly, "It's a great harvest, a great harvest. It's equivalent to several hundred years of our salary, or even 1,000 years." "Really? That's fantastic." The soldiers around Jianchen were all overjoyed when they heard that. They seemed to have struck it rich. They were overjoyed. Jianchen sneered and sighed when he saw the expressions of the soldiers. He said to the soldier called Xiaowei, "Xiaowei has checked. Can I have the space ring now?" Xiaowei calmed himself down and looked at Jianchen. Afterwards, he took out a tail from Jianchen's space ring and tossed it to Jianchen. He said, "Take it. All right, you can go in now." With that, he stowed the space ring away. He had no plans of returning it to Jianchen. Jianchen looked at the tail of the overgod life-devouring beast in his hand and smiled resplendently. There are a total of 7 life-devouring beast corpses. 6 of them are overgods, and 1 of them is an early divine king. Just how valuable is that? In the end, I'm only left with a tail after entering the city once. Ha 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 ha, what a joke! What a joke! The cultivators who watched from afar all shook their heads and sighed when they heard Jianchen's report. They all sympathized with Jianchen's situation very much. There were an extremely small number of people who resented him, but they did not dare to voice their anger. "What are you laughing at? Why don't you piss off into the city? Don't think you're so great just because you're a divine king. In the eyes of us Darkstar, you divine kings from the outside world are nothing. You're just a slightly stronger grasshopper at most. We've already shown you mercy by leaving you with a tail. If you anger us, your head will hang on the walls tomorrow." Xiaowei pointed at Jianchen and scolded him without holding back at all. At the same time, 3 figures silently appeared on the walls several dozen meters tall. They stood with their hands behind their backs as they stared down emotionlessly. Their gazes were extremely cold. 3 powerful presences radiated from them, firmly locking onto Jianchen below. Chapter 2783. He's actually at the mid-stage of the Divine King realm, and he can even kill an early-stage Divine King realm life-sucking beast. "This person isn't weak," said one of the 3 Divine Kings of the Darkstar race on the walls of Anya City. The person standing in the middle said expressionlessly, The life-sucking beast of Two-World Mountain was created by the remnant power of the wood spirit race's supreme sovereign countless years ago. These beasts are extremely difficult to deal with, and they can actively devour the life force of cultivators whose cultivation is lower than theirs within a certain range. Even if they are at the same cultivation level, they will still be affected to a certain extent. Moreover, the life-sucking beast's body contains a terrifying amount of life force. As long as it is injured, its wounds will recover at an unbelievable speed. Therefore, when cultivators of the same cultivation level encounter a life-sucking beast, their only option is to flee. Even if they are a minor cultivation level higher than the life-sucking beast, it will still be extremely difficult to kill it. Since the person below can kill an early-stage Divine King Realm life-sucking beast, it means that his combat strength is very strong. He is unparalleled in terms of cultivation level, and he is unparalleled in terms of cultivation level, said the Divine King of the Dark Star race, standing on the left. His eyes were fixed on Jianchen, and his expression was indifferent. The three of us are all early-stage Divine King Realm. If this guy causes trouble down there, it seems that even if the three of us work together, we won't be his match, said the third Divine King. Although he said that the three of them couldn't defeat Jianchen even if they worked together, a cold smile appeared on his face. He also didn't think much of Jianchen. So what if we can't defeat him? This is our city. There are many Divine King Realm experts in the city. As long as a battle breaks out here, a large number of Divine King Realm experts will immediately charge out of the city. At that time, even peak Divine Kings will be dead for sure, let alone mid-stage Divine Kings, said the Divine King in the middle. Yeah, let's see if this person fights or not. However, I do hope that he fights, as that way we can work together with the people in the city to kill him. There's actually a mid-Divine King Realm expert among the outsiders. It's time to clean them up. Otherwise, if they break through to Infinite Prime in our world, it'll be difficult to deal with them. The three Dark Star God Kings did not communicate with each other secretly, so they did not speak very loudly. However, all the people gathered here were godhood experts. Let alone a distance of 100 meters, even several thousand meters or several tens of thousands of meters away would be able to hear them clearly. As a result, all the people gathered near the city gates heard what the three Divine King Realm experts said clearly. Immediately, the expressions of the outsiders changed. Sir, calm down. You must calm down. Just give them the corpse of the life-devouring beast. Don't say anything, Senior. You may be very powerful, but this is the territory of the Darkstar race after all. Even a powerful dragon cannot defeat a snake in its old haunts. Don't come into conflict with them over these worldly possessions. It's not worth it, sir. This isn't the 100 Saints City. Aside from the 100 Saints City, we have to show some respect to the people of the Darkstar race in any other city. We can't fight them head-on. Messages rang out in Jianchen's head again. The cultivators in the surroundings all tried to persuade him. All of them feared the Darkstar race very much. They did not dare to offend them at all. Let alone offending them, Jianchen struggled to imagine that some of them belonged to large sects and clans in the Saints' world from how fearful they were. This was because only a small portion of the cultivators who had entered the world of the fallen beast were independent cultivators. Most of them were people with powerful backgrounds. However, their backgrounds were nowhere close to Jin Hong's group. After all, Jin Hong's group all had peak organizations with Grand Primes behind them. Some of them even had more than one. The organizations behind them were probably only at the level of Chaotic Primes or Infinite Primes. Jianchen naturally would not swallow this. Moreover, his current identity was fake, and his strength was not particularly outstanding. He was not afraid of anything at all with this fake identity. He truly had nothing to fear. He suddenly looked at the city walls 100 meters above. He stared at the three Divine King and said, "It looks like you're also interested in my possessions. What you said earlier should have been directed at me as well. You're basically telling me to give up on the idea of taking back my possessions, because once I start a conflict here, if the three of you aren't my opponent, there will definitely be other divine kings in the city who will come to reinforce me. Once more divine kings come, there will be more people to split. Even if you manage to obtain the life-devouring beast's corpse in the end, you'll only be able to obtain a small portion in the end. However, if you obtain the life-devouring beast's corpse without fighting, you'll be able to obtain a larger portion with fewer people. Sirs, may I ask if I'm right? Jianchen was not speaking without thinking. He was a primordial realm expert after all, so his senses were extremely sharp. He could clearly sense that the three divine kings on the city walls were extremely excited, even though they seemed calm on the surface when they heard about the corpse of the divine king. Immediately, the area near the city gates fell silent. Only the heavy presences of the three divine kings permeated the air, making the atmosphere extremely heavy. A few people who passed through Dark Night City, whether they were cultivators from the outside world or Darkstar clansmen, stopped at that moment. They all watched from a safe distance. The three divine kings did not speak immediately after Jianchen said that. They stared at Jianchen coldly, and their gazes were even more terrifying than before. There was even faint killing intent in their gazes. That was indeed what they were thinking, as the life-devouring beast on the level of a divine king was far more tempting to them than Jianchen had imagined. Now that Jianchen had seen through their thoughts, they were extremely displeased. I'll give you two options. The first option is to take back your space ring, and you'll die here today. The second option is to leave behind the space ring and enter the city with the tail in your hand. If you do that, nothing will happen to you today, and you'll be fine in the future. A while later, one of the divine kings said coldly, "Ha ha ha, I Gucci am a mid-divine king after all. How can I be threatened by you? The space ring was mine in the first place, and the life-devouring beast was something I spent a tremendous amount of effort to kill. I obviously have to take it back. I'll give you two options now as well. The first option is to take my space ring, but at the very least, one of you will die today. Of course, if you're too weak, it's not impossible for all of you to die before reinforcements arrive." Chapter 2784. Miaowei was only an overgod. Even though he had the space ring in his hand, it was impossible for him to protect it before a primordial realm expert like Jianchen. He only felt his hand suddenly become empty. He did not even understand how the space ring had been taken away. "Big butts, how dare you steal something from me in front of so many people? Do you want to die?" Miaowei was furious. He bellowed at a mid-divine king expert with his cultivation as an overgod. He showed no respect at all. This was only because he was a clansman of the Darkstar clan, and this world was completely under the rule of the Darkstar clan. As a result, Miaowei was not the only one. Basically, all the clansmen of the Darkstar clan would not show any respect to cultivators. "This belongs to me in the first place. I'm just returning it to its rightful owner, so why is it yours now? You're just a puny overgod, yet you're ordering me around. I think you're the one who wants to die," said Miaowei coldly. He glanced at Miaowei emotionlessly as a sliver of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, three powerful presences crushed down. The three overgods on the walls all flew down. Their gazes were cold as they surrounded Jianchen in a triangular formation. One of them growled, "I'll give you one last chance. Leave behind the space ring, and you can leave. It's much easier for you cultivators of the outside world to kill these life-devouring beasts compared to us Darkstar clansmen. With your cultivation as a mid-divine king, killing an early divine king life-devouring beast is nothing difficult. Why do you have to lose your life for something so trivial?" The three of them still held onto a sliver of hope that they could persuade Jianchen. Otherwise, once they drew in even more people, they would not be able to obtain much even if they obtained the space ring. "The ones who are going to lose their lives are you, not me." Jianchen had already lost his patience. His eyes suddenly became cold as he sneered faintly. There was a sliver of mockery in his smile. He did not waste any more words. The laws of strength revolved around him as he directly threw a punch at a God King from the Darkstar clan. The punch was simple and ordinary, but it possessed the mysteries of the laws of strength. It was so powerful that even the air exploded with the punch. It was like a thunderclap. The three divine kings of the Darkstar clan were already prepared. They had been accumulating power since they had left the walls, ready to strike at any time. As a result, when Jianshan attacked, a set of armor appeared on them. High-quality Saint Artifact armor. Impudent! I will definitely behead you today, and hang your head high on the city walls to be exposed to the wind and sun for 10,000 years. The divine king in front of Jianshan bellowed out. He swung a high-quality Saint Artifact axe at Jianshan's fist. Energy surged from the axe as it shone brightly. It radiated with powerful pulses of energy. Boom! Jianshan's fist struck the axe with unimaginable power. Afterwards, all the spectators became shocked. The high-quality Saint Artifact axe was like a fragile tile before Jianshan's fist. With a boom, Jianshan's punch shattered it. Jianshan's fist continued onwards without slowing down at all. It smashed through the Divine King's high-quality Saint Artifact armor like it was unstoppable. The Divine King's entire body exploded with unstoppable force. Only his head remained intact. The Divine King became terrified. Originally, he believed that even if the three of them could not defeat a mid-Divine King, they would not be too far off. However, he never thought that Jianshan would be even more powerful than he had imagined. He could not block a single punch from him. Stop! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Only when he was faced with true death did he begin to feel fear. He begged for mercy through his soul sense. He was extremely terrified. A single punch, just a single punch had blown apart an early Divine King. Jianshan's display of strength made all the spectators near the entrance gasp. All of them were shocked. Jianshan ignored the Divine King's pleas. The arrogance of the Darkstar race had already made him want to kill them. With a flick of his fist, the laws of strength immediately surged out. It expanded as a visible ripple in the air, directly shattering the Divine King's head and wiping out his soul. At the same time, the ripples of the laws of strength continued to expand towards the city gates. The terrifying force knocked the several dozen overgods gathered near the gates away as they vomited blood. The entire wall shook violently. In the next moment, cracks began to appear on the ancient city wall that had existed for an unknown period of time. If it were not for the fact that the wall was protected by a rather powerful energy, it probably would have collapsed from the ripples of energy long ago. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Only a split second had passed since Jianshan struck out and killed the Divine King. At this moment, the attacks of the other two Divine Kings had only just approached him. Jianshan did not waste any time. He turned around and threw two punches. It was a clean strike. His fists were extremely tough, and his laws of strength had been condensed to the limit. He shattered another two high-quality Saint Artifacts effortlessly. The two Divine Kings were utterly shocked when they saw the shattered high-quality Saint Artifacts in their hand. They knew exactly how tough high-quality Saint Artifacts were. Let alone mid-Divine Kings, even late Divine Kings would struggle to destroy high-quality Saint Artifacts. Only a supreme figure who could stand at the very top among the peak Divine Kings could do something like that. Did this not mean that the cultivator they had encountered, who was only a mid-Divine King, was actually no weaker than a peak Divine King? He was even a supreme figure among the peak Divine Kings. The two Divine Kings became utterly shocked when they realized this. Without any hesitation, they immediately retreated. At the same time, they roared out and began to call for help without any hesitation. They no longer considered the corpse of the life-sucking beast when they faced such a powerful expert. Instead, they considered their own safety. It was difficult to conceal the energy from a clash between Divine King expert. It would spread extremely far, so the disturbance from the battle at the city gates spread throughout the entire city as soon as possible. All the Divine King experts in the city sensed the abnormality at the city gate. Immediately, large swathes of the senses of the soul swept over. That's right, it was indeed a large swath. There were just far too many senses of the soul. They were all Divine King experts, numbering over 1,000 at the very least. Jianchen did not find it strange at all that there were so many Divine Kings in the city. In reality, when he enveloped the entire city with the senses of his soul, he discovered that there were several times, or even several dozen times, more Divine Kings than any peak organization in the Saints' world. After all, this was a sealed-off world that was ruled over. There were very few internal battles, and the strongest cultivators could only become infinite primes. As time passed, there were extremely many cultivators stuck at the Divine King realm. In terms of age, the Divine King of the Darkstar race was definitely older than any Divine King in the Saints' world. There were many Divine Kings who had lived for millions of years. There were even some who had lived for tens of millions of years. After all, breaking through to the primordial realm in an environment like the Darkstar world was extremely difficult. It was impossible for anyone to reach the primordial realm here unless they possessed supreme talent. How dare you? How dare a cultivator from the outside world come to our city and kill people? You deserve to die. You actually killed a Divine King of our Darkstar race. How audacious! Chapter 2785. Angry roars came from Dark Night City. Immediately, powerful auras erupted from all over the city. There were dozens, or even hundreds, of energy fluctuations that belonged to the Divine King's realm. The ancient city, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly became turbulent. In the next moment, over 100 Divine King of the Darkstar race took off. They moved as fast as the wind and as fast as lightning, flying toward the city gates with fury and killing intent. This was the territory of the Darkstar race, and it was also their city. They were already used to seeing the cultivators of the outside world act subserviently before them. Now that someone had suddenly acted so arrogantly in front of them, how could they possibly tolerate it? Near the city gate of Dark Night City, the cultivators who had been watching from afar saw that things had developed to this point and their expressions became extremely solemn. This is bad. Things have gotten out of hand. Let's go, let's go. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Divine King of the Darkstar race will vent his anger on us, that's right. Let's hurry up and leave before we get caught in the crossfire. The nearby cultivators in the outside world were transmitting messages to each other. All of them became very nervous. Soon after, no one dared to stay here for long. They all left at the fastest speed possible. In an instant, outside the gate of Dark Night City, all the warriors from the outside world had left. Only Jianchen stood there fearlessly. Even though he was surrounded by hundreds of Divine King, he still looked as steady as Mount Tai. Our reinforcements are here. You're dead for sure. Even if you're a Divine King at the peak of the Divine King realm, you won't be able to escape today. After you die, I will cut off your head and hang it on the walls of Dark Night City. You've lost your life for a life-devouring beast. How foolish. But it's too late for regrets now. The two Divine Kings behind Jianchen gnashed their teeth. They glared at Jianchen with hatred and anger. Not only had the two of them failed to gain anything this time, but they had even lost their high-quality saint artifacts to Jianchen. This loss was so great that it made their hearts bleed. You want me to fly with just the few of you? That's difficult. As for cutting off my head, probably even your Supreme Darkstar Emperor can't do that in the Darkstar realm. Jianchen remained composed as he spoke nonchalantly. His voice did not spread out. Only the two Divine Kings could hear him. The two Divine Kings sneered inside when they heard Jianchen's words. They had seen many arrogant people before, but they had never even heard of someone as arrogant as this outsider, let alone seen one. He was just a mere divine king at the mid-divine king realm. Even if his battle prowess could rival a late divine king, did he really think he was invincible? How dare he say that even the Darkstar Emperor could not kill him? Just when the two of them wanted to mock him, a huge axe had already appeared in Jianshan's hand. Jianshan was unable to bring a god artifact into the world of the fallen beast this time, but he did bring a few supreme quality saint artifacts. Coupled with the many space rings he had obtained from the corpses of the sacrificial warriors and the prodigies of the peak clans in Two World Mountain, he possessed quite a few supreme quality and high-quality saint artifacts. Jianshan gripped the huge axe with both hands. The shield-sized axe just happened to be exhausted from his disguise as a burly man. As the laws of strength revolved around him, he suddenly swung the axe in his hand, leaving behind a white streak in space. This time, he directly used a killing move. With his mid-divine king's cultivation and a sliver of the chaotic body's power, his attack had reached the limits of the divine king realm. It was only second to the primordial realm. If he only used the cultivation of a mid-divine king, it would not be so terrifying. However, if he used a sliver of the chaotic body's power, even if it was just a sliver, his attack would become extremely terrifying among the divine king realm. Spurt! Spurt! The tremendous pressure firmly restrained the movements of the two divine king. They were unable to dodge or block Jianshan's attack at all. Red liquid splashed out as their heads were lopped off. The explosive power within the axe destroyed their souls in a devastating manner. My comprehension of the laws of strength has actually increased slightly. Jianshan's eyes lit up after killing the two of them. His laws of strength originated from one of the 8 sealed experts beneath the desolate plain. Now, the golden core of laws condensed from the pure laws of strength was still in his soul. Once he completely absorbed the golden core of laws, it would be extremely likely for his comprehension of the laws of strength to reach the primordial realm. However, just earlier, when he used his full strength to comprehend the laws of strength at mid-divine king realm, he could clearly sense that he had absorbed a sliver of the comprehension within the golden core of laws. Does using the laws of strength at full strength increase my comprehension of the laws of strength? Jianshan thought. He subconsciously glanced at the axe in his hand and his current form. He seemed to comprehend something. I see. The saint artifact I'm using right now and my body are the best way to use the laws of strength. They're highly compatible with the laws of strength, so I can comprehend the laws of strength much more easily. Although I used the laws of strength to fight in the past, it was in a different state, which was why I didn't sense the change, Jianshan thought. You're looking to die. A furious bellow rang out from the sky. Several dozen divine King Darkstars had already arrived above the tower. Their presences surged as killing intent surged. The pressure from their divine king realm blanketed the surroundings. They wore armor and wielded high-quality or supreme-quality saint artifact. They all launched attacks from afar. The sky shone resplendently. Sword chi, blade chi, spear chi, and various other energy attacks rained down on Jianshan like a storm. At the same time, the pressure of the world appeared in the sky. Even more powerful energy was brewing. The divine king of the Darkstar race was using battle skills. Jianshan stomped off the ground, and the great force caused the ground to shake violently. Afterward, he directly sent a piece of land several hundred meters across into the air. The powerful attacks from the divine king all landed on the piece of land, shattering it to pieces. Dust filled the air. Jianshan used this opportunity to fly forward, dodging all the attacks with great agility. He appeared below the divine king of the Darkstar race. Afterwards, he wielded his axe and shot into the sky like a cannonball. He appeared beside a mid-divine king in a single instance. Wielding his axe with both hands, he unleashed the full power of the laws of strength and swung it down. Spurt! Jianshan moved as quickly as lightning. The power in the axe was terrifying as well. he cleaved through the high-quality Saint artifact armor of the mid-divine king with a single strike, piercing through all his defenses and cleaving him in half. When the axe passed through his body, a sliver of the laws of strength remained. Not only did it reduce his body to a bloody mess, but it also dispersed his soul. In just a single strike, a mid-divine king had died. The death of a mid-divine king was a shock to the Dark Star race. It was far more shocking than the deaths of the 3 early divine kings. Many divine kings of the Dark Star race were greatly shocked. They slowed down and subconsciously took a step back. After all, killing an early divine king in a single strike was completely different from killing a mid-divine king in a single strike. Chapter 2786. The eyes of many of the divine king of the Dark Star race lit up slightly when they heard the 7th Hall Master's praise. This was because they all knew that the 7th Hall Master disliked cultivators from the outside world very much. He was the person who hated cultivators from the outside world the most out of the 10 Hall Masters of the Dark Star race. If it were not for the fact that the Dark Star Emperor and a few other Hall Masters allowed the existence of cultivators from the outside world, as well as the fact that they needed to obtain resources from the Saints' world through cultivators from the outside world, the 7th Hall Master probably would have killed all the cultivators from the outside world who were active in the Dark Star world long ago. Although the upper echelons of the Dark Star realm allowed outer realms cultivators to move about in this place, there was a prerequisite. That was, the outer realms cultivators could not be too powerful. If they were only early divine kings, their Dark Star race would not care. However, if a divine king reached mid-divine king, it would be enough for the Dark Star race to pay attention to them. As for late divine king experts, they were targets that the Dark Star race had to kill. Whether they were independent cultivators or belonged to a large organization, the Dark Star race would never tolerate the existence of a late divine king expert. This was because the cultivators of the outside world were suppressed by the laws of the Dark Star world. They were nowhere near as powerful as the Dark Star race, so it would be much easier for them to break through to the primordial realm. A late divine king expert could break through to the primordial realm at any time. Once a primordial realm expert appeared among the foreign cultivators, they would pose an extremely great threat to the Dark Star race. As a result, the Dark Star race would never allow something like that to happen. As long as they came across late divine king experts, the upper echelon of the Dark Star race would reach an agreement, which was to kill them without mercy, even if they had to pay a certain price. Although the strength Jianshan had displayed right now was not at late divine king level, he was even more terrifying than any late divine king in the eyes of the Dark Star race. A mid-divine king was no weaker than a late divine king. Once he broke through to late divine king level, did that not mean that basically no one below the primordial realm could do anything to him? This kind of person was too terrifying. Around Jianshan, 8 divine kings of the Dark Star race took action. All 8 of them were mid-divine kings, and they had already discussed this through telepathy. The moment they took action, the 8 of them immediately formed a killing formation. The power of their souls surged out wildly and gathered together, forming a formation formed purely from the power of their souls. The formation of this matrix was extremely fast, and it was completed in an instant. It was so fast that even the late divine king had no time to react. The power of the 8 divine kings' souls intertwined, forming a mental cage in the air. It came crashing down, enveloping Jianshan's soul. Jianshan only felt his surroundings change. In the next moment, Anya City and all the divine king gathered at the city gates vanished from his eyes. Jianshan only felt like he had arrived in a world of darkness. It was so dark that he could not even see his fingers. At that moment, his soul seemed to be trapped. Not only did his senses towards the outside world plummet, but even his control over his body gradually became numb. This formation can actually trap the soul. Once it's completely trapped, it'll be equivalent to separating the soul from the body. If I can't resist it, I won't be able to fight back at all. I never thought the Dark Star race would have such a wondrous formation. Jianchen frowned as he became vigilant. Naturally, he did not fear a formation cast down by a divine king. It could not trap his soul at all, but if it was cast down by several primordial realm experts, Jianchen was not confident he could stop it. It looks like I have to be a little more careful when I face the primordial realm experts of the Dark Star race in the future. At the very least, I have to prevent them from casting formations that can trap souls like this, thought Jianchen. He was in no hurry to get through the formation. Instead, he carefully observed the wonders of the formation so that he would not suffer at the hands of the primordial realm experts of the Dark Star race in the future. Jianchen's eyes shone brightly. They shone brightly. This was the result of pushing the power of his soul to the limit. He had fused with the world and fused with the ways, studying them with all his might. As a primordial realm expert, his comprehension of the ways of the world had reached a certain level. Although it was nowhere close to grand primes or grand exalts who could peer into the deepest mysteries of the world, it was still possible for him to obtain some rough information. This is the god-destroying formation of fallen star. They've actually grasped a supreme secret technique like the god-destroying formation of fallen star. This is a supreme secret technique passed down by our ancestor in the past. In our clan, not even 1% of the Divine King has grasped the god-destroying formation of fallen star. He's been trapped by the god-destroying formation of fallen star. His soul has been separated from his body. He can't feel anything right now. Quick, let's work together and kill him. A divine king of the Dark Star race called out from the gates of Dark Night City. At the same time, the gazes of the 8 divine kings who used the god-destroying formation of fallen star suddenly sharpened. They all bellowed out, "Die!" With that, a huge sword completely condensed from the power of their souls suddenly formed from the power of their souls. It pierced through all of Jianchen's defenses and directly slashed towards Jianchen's soul. Let alone mid-divine kings, even late divine kings would be heavily injured by the attack. This is called the god-destroying formation of fallen star? Instead of calling it a formation, it's better to call it a powerful secret technique. However, this secret technique really is profound. Once it's successfully used, it's basically impossible to defend against. The only way I've derived to deal with it is to take it head-on with an attack of the same nature. Only the martial soul secret technique and profound sword chi that I possess can fend off this secret technique. Just when the huge sword was about to slash down, Jianchen stopped deriving. With a thought, the god-destroying formation of fallen star that the 8 divine kings cast together shattered. Even the huge sword condensed from the power of the souls collapsed. As soon as the formation collapsed, the 8 divine kings suffered a huge backlash. Their bodies all trembled as they paled instantly. Their hovering bodies tottered, almost falling out of the sky. The god-destroying formation of fallen star was powerful. It could break through all defenses and directly attack the soul. However, the formation had a fatal weakness as well, which was that they would suffer a huge backlash if they misjudged their opponent's strength and used the formation on an opponent whose soul was far greater than theirs. It might even injure their own souls. Why you? The 8 divine kings who cast the formation were all filled with fear. They stared at Jianchen in utter disbelief. Others might not know what had happened earlier, but the 8 of them knew exactly what had happened. They had discovered that although Jianchen had displayed the cultivation of a mid-divine king, his soul was unbelievably powerful. It was even terrifying. This was not the primordial spirit that a divine king should have. Suddenly, in the hearts of the 8 of them, a thought that caused them to feel extremely terrified was born at the same time. Chapter 2787. After killing the 8 mid-divine King Darkstar experts, Jianchen's burly figure swayed as he hovered in the air. His face had become much paler, showing signs of exhaustion. Of course, this was all a disguise. If he could take on the god-destroying meteorite formation and kill 8 Divine King experts as a mid-Divine King without panting, it would be rather shocking. Although he wanted to play the role of Gucci as a Supreme God King, there had to be a limit. Once this limit was exceeded, it would easily arouse the suspicions of others and cause more trouble. Even so, Jianshan's battle prowess had shocked many Divine King experts of the Dark Star race. The deaths of the 8 mid-Divine King experts frightened the initial Divine King experts of the Dark Star race who were attacking Jianshan. They all stopped in their tracks, not daring to advance for a moment. They had heard of the god-destroying meteorite formation before. It was a supreme secret technique passed down through the generations of the Dark Star race. When 8 mid-Divine King experts worked together to cast the god-destroying meteorite formation, the formation was naturally extremely powerful. However, even such a terrifying formation was unable to kill this foreign cultivator. Instead, he had killed the 8 mid-Divine King experts who had cast the formation. This terrifying battle prowess made them feel like they were invincible. Even mid-Divine King experts who were more powerful than them had died so quickly. What could they, who were only early Divine King experts, do? Oh no, this foreign cultivator is even more powerful than we imagined. He's not someone we can fight against. Only late Divine King experts can defeat him. An early Divine King exclaimed. He quickly retreated as he spoke, retreating into Anya City. The reward from the 7th Hallmaster is astonishing, but you need to be alive to receive it. This foreign cultivator is clearly not someone we can deal with. Let's leave him to those more powerful fellows, another Divine King said. Even though Jianshan was showing signs of exhaustion, he chose to withdraw without any hesitation. For a moment, many of the early Divine King experts who had attacked Jianshan withdrew from the battle. They no longer participated in the battle. After all, they were not an army. Killing foreign cultivators was not their mission. They were only doing it for the sake of some reward. As soon as these people left, the number of Divine King experts who had attacked Jianshan decreased from over 100 to around 40. Half of them were early Divine King experts and the other half were mid-Divine King experts. The remaining early Divine King experts who were left behind were all rather hesitant. The mid-Divine King experts also stared at the pale-faced Jianshan gravely. No one dared to make the first move. What a bunch of trash. There are so many of you, but you're scared stiff by a single foreign cultivator. You're a disgrace to us Dark Stars. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from Anya City. With that, the late Divine King's aura suddenly erupted. Powerful ripples of energy shook the entire city. A black star rose up from Anya City. It contained highly concentrated energy. Then, under the pressure of the world, it turned into a black streak of light and shot toward Jianshan. When the black star shot out, it had already locked onto Jianshan's aura. Jianshan had nowhere to run. A god-tier battle skill. Jianshan's heart skipped a beat. With his experience, he could obviously tell the grade of the battle skill with a single glance. What surprised him was that he had actually encountered a Divine King who had grasped a god-tier battle skill so easily. No one could hide from the senses of Jianshan's soul in Anya City. From what Jianshan had observed, this person's strength was not at the very peak in Anya City. In the Saints' world, there were not many people who could grasp a god-tier battle skill at the Divine King level. Every single one of them possessed supreme talent and were monstrous existences. They could be counted on one hand. However, Jianshan had come across a random Divine King in the Dark Star world who had grasped a god-tier battle skill, which surprised him slightly. This person has likely cultivated for an extremely long period of time. If he had spent a long period of time comprehending a divine-tier battle skill, even if his talent was lacking, it wouldn't be difficult for him to comprehend a divine-tier battle skill that wasn't too profound. He discovered that he might need to re-evaluate the strength of the Dark Star race. Not only were there countless Divine Kings in the race, but there might also be many late Divine Kings who had grasped God-tier battle skills. Even the Divine King was like that, let alone the monstrously talented Darkstar clansman who could break through to the primordial realm in such an environment. It looks like I have to be more careful when I encounter primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race in the future. These people might be even more difficult to deal with than the primordial realm experts in the Saints' world. I don't want to fail miserably, Jianchen thought. He discovered that he had benefited quite a lot from this trip to Anya City. At the very least, he had gained a new understanding of the primordial realm experts of the Darkstar race from the Divine King. These primordial realm experts would all be his enemies in the future. I can't be reckless when I come to the Darkstar race this time. Although the will of the Grand Exalt of the Wood Spirit has suppressed them, it has also created them from another perspective. These thoughts occurred in a single instance. Although he thought about it, Jianchen did not slow down at all. His presence surged as powerful battle intent burned. He swung his axe as hard as he could, colliding with the incoming black star loudly. With a deafening boom, powerful ripples of energy wreaked havoc in the surroundings as a storm. The ancient city walls of Dark Night City, which had stood for countless years, finally collapsed under such a powerful shockwave. The storm of energy from the explosion of the dark star directly swallowed Jianchen. His fate was unknown. This king has only comprehended the Doomsday Star recently. I'll use you today to test the power of this battle skill. Dying to the Doomsday Star is a form of glory, the cold voice rang out again from Anya City. At the same time, the City Lord, Baijin, and a few other members of the upper echelon gathered together in the majestic City Lord's estate at the center of Anya City. They paid close attention to the battle at the city gate. Doomsday Star. Proud Ice King has studied it for at least 7 million years. He has finally mastered this god-tier battle skill. Now, his position as one of the 108 kings is secured. Beside Dark Night City Lord Baijin, an old man stroked his long beard and sighed. He was one of the vice city lords of Anya City. His name was Si Wuching. The proud Ice King's strength is definitely enough to rank in the top 10 of the so-called Divine King in the Saints' world. For him to deal with a mid-Divine King from the outside world and use the supreme battle skill, the Doomsday Star, is just making a mountain out of a molehill. Is there a need to treat a mere cultivator from the outside world like that? Another Vice City Lord, Shui Sha, said indifferently. The cultivator from the outside world is not simple either. He's only at the mid-Divine King, yet he possesses strength that exceeds the late Divine King. We can't let someone like him grow. It's best to kill him sooner rather than later to prevent any future problems, said another Vice City Lord. He looked away and continued, there's no need to watch anymore. Once the proud Ice King's Doomsday Star is used, the cultivator from the outside world is dead for sure. Let's continue with the mission the Emperor gave us. We need to convert the essence blood of the divine beast as soon as possible. If we take too long, we'll delay the ceremony. Baijin had remained silent the entire time. When he heard that, he immediately became extremely cautious. He opened his hand and a droplet of blood appeared out of nowhere, hovering above his palm. The power of the bloodline hidden in this droplet of essence blood is extremely powerful. It's just a single droplet of essence blood, yet it has gathered the power of our 36 lords and 108 kings. We've spent several years refining it, yet we still haven't converted it completely. I wonder what kind of divine beast it is. It's actually so powerful,